Alright, welcome back everyone. Minasan, okari nasai. Today is our second session, so to speak. Yesterday we covered our opening, right? Our opening opinions regarding thoughts, hot takes, things we bring to, so to speak, in our motivations of trying out this game, right? This edutainment game. Yesterday we went through what? We did our arrival, which dealt with various objects, lots of objects where we identify entrances, exits, where cars are, like transportation, getting around stuff, right? And then they did combinations, which deal with like an object and a location for places. And then existence, which actually went over the casual form first for affirmative, then negation of the casual form, and then they switched to a traditional one, and then went to formal, right? Formal, and the command was kind of short, very short, but that's to use the te imperative, the imperative form for a few of the actions. But now we're in chapter 5. Let's try to do 4 chapters today. There are 16 chapters total, and so to speak, right? And borrowing any future updates. I did recently, yesterday I mentioned that I don't typically go into the Discord before we start, but today, or last evening, I went into the Discord and look at how it's managed and in what way. There's a semi-active people that are in the Discord, and I think Erik does regularly respond to things, especially the promotional side of things. So at the moment there is someone who does that, and Erik seems to be very much, you have a line of communication with the developer. In terms of his patch notes, it seems like the Steam patch notes are more up to date than the Discord one. But you can send feedback, bugs, and whatnot through the Discord. Quite standard stuff. Oh, and music is most definitely a highlight in this game. All right. Oh, we gotta get into the routine.
大きい自転車
Okay, jitensha. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Oh no, we don't have big yet. Can this qualify as big? Well, we know it can qualify as jitensha. I guess we're gonna click. Nope. Big. Where am I gonna get Oki? It's a small, and then just okay. Huh. All right. Fine. Really? Really? I don't have anything that's big. All right. We'll skip this.
小さい自転車
Jisai jitensha. So we can go off this.
自転車小さい自転車
Jisai jitensha. Okay. Wow. Where are we gonna find big? There's seat
トナミ
and Tonami. Interesting name. One has a wave in it. Tonami. Tonami-shi. Okay. Gotta find a source of big. Oh, there's a source of big.
小さい車だね
Chisai kumura da ne. Oh, yes. We can use this.
Kuruma.
Chisai. And take out our book.
小さい
Isai. Interesting for using this. And we can do that. We can do that.
だね小さい車だね
Chisai kuruma da ne. Parking. We can do parking. Shajo. Whoops.
駐車場
Shajo. Still no source of big. I don't see anything that qualifies for big. Okay. Okay, we have Gakko.
学校
Gakko. And we have the name of the city.
都波
Onami and Shi. The city. Oh no. It's not Tomami City School. It's do we have Chisai? Yeah, we have Chisai. Or can we qualify Chisai? I think, right? Okay. But it's not Chisai, obviously. Cho yeah, Shokako. Still need to find it though. But it is related. It is related. So that means I can look for something that is big, but not. Oh, here's another one. Okay. What about this person?
小さい木
Isai Ki. Okay. We have
Ki.
Ki.
小さい
Isai.
小さい木
Okay.
大きいね
Okay. Oh, can I? Oh, there we go. We got it. We found it.
大きいね大きいね
Okay. Now we go to you.
大きい自転車
大きい大きい自転車
Oki Jitensha. Okay. Nice. Oki kuruma ni shumi? Shui? Okay, we can use
車
kuruma.
大きい
Okay. So where would I wait? Ah,
に
don't have the whole phrase yet, but okay. Okay. What else we got? It's two. Oh,
大きい魚
Loki Sakana. Oh, okay.
魚
Sakana.
大きい大きい魚
小さい魚
Isai Sakana. The
Sakana.
kids are pretty adorable.
小さい小さい魚
All right, off to the next one. So we have kids, schools, big, small stuff. Lots of descriptors.
こっちは階段があるよ。
エレベーターはあっちだよ。
あっちだよ。こっちは階段があるよ。エレベーターあっちだよ。Let's do. Where you have elevator? エレベーター。
エレベータ
And then あっちだ。Wait, how does this work? あっち。Like, how, wait, hold. あっち that way?
ー。あっち
あ
は
っちだ。
だよ。エレベーターはあっちだよ。
あっちだよ. Over there? Or that way? Over there? Yes. Oh yeah, they have over there. Okay, and then こっち here. Or
階段。
階段 we already have here.
こっち
こ
は
っち and ある
あるがよ。こっちは階段があるよ。
こっちは階段があるよ. Okay. So we have position. Nice. Position stuff. 小学校. That's a fancy looking one. Okay. Still don't have show though. Got
学校
yeah, so can't read that yet. Okay, so Tonami Daigak Daigak, okay, just ending Daigak and then Minamiguchi. Alright, we got all these. So Tonami,
都波
I guess where's can I get Dai? Okay. We can use the Gaku. Oh, we can't. Okay. But we can do Minamiguchi. Wait. Hey. Come back.
南口
So I'm guessing this dialogue can help. Oh, wait. University. Daigaku. Works. No reading yet though.
こっちは小学校だよ。
あっちは大学だね。
Okay, so it's doing position stuff. Daigaku. Okay, we got this. So achi over there.
あっち
Then daigaku.
大学は
Daigaku. And then da ne.
だね。あっちは大学だね。
Achi wa daigaku da ne. And then こっち
こっち
and oh, there's Shoal. We got Shoal now.
小学校
oh, da
だよ。こっちは小学校だよ。
小学校だよ. Okay. Nice. So lots of school, small and large things. So like descriptors and location. Whoa. Bridge. Ashi. Oh, long. Okay, we got long. This is probably long. Yes.
橋
Ashi. Nagai. No pronunciation yet. Okay, try to get it here. Inuda. Inu
犬
da.
だ犬だ
Inuda. Ashi?
短い川だね。
Mijikai. Oh, we got Mijikai. There it is. Wait. Oh, that's short though. Mijikai kawa da ne. We have kawa. Can I not use kawa here? Oh, he's referring to this thing.
Kawa.
Okay, kawa. And then maybe we get short off this. Yes.
短い
Mijikai. And da.
だね短い川だね
Mijikai kawa da ne. Right. Split off, I see. What do we got here?
長い犬だね。
Nagai inu da ne. The dachshund. Okay, inu.
犬
Nagai. I guess I can click. Nope. Can I match it with just long?
長い
Okay, Nagai. I think I'm kind of bypassing a lot of things, so I'll talk more about that at the end when we complete the game. But there is definitely some things that I'm taking liberties, and I think it will definitely change. I need like different perspectives on this, so we'll talk about it at the end or throughout, maybe a little bit.
だね長い犬だね
Nagai inu da ne. Now, there was a criticism. There's one person who's like very critical about this, and they raise a point where I can kind of see what it's like near at some point where people would, if it's a puzzle, you can brute force most of this because it's rudimentary, right? Mechanical game loop allows you to use a trial and error to get all this, but that is kind of part of the experience. So if you rely entirely on trial and error, that time invested can be diminished return, or you can be a little bit smart about it and do educated guessing, which trial and error can lead to educated guessing, and then it can make you focus on the patterns and whatnot. Alternatively, a lot of the other people that followed this game, they also have base knowledge. They're using it as a form of reinforcement in its entirety, and this is kind of how I'm using it too. So there's kind of like three type of perspectives forming, and I'll probably try to talk about the three separate perspectives by the end of our playthrough, so to speak, because I'm clearly using this in a different way, right? So we'll see.
.短いトラックだね。
短いトラックだね。
トラック
トラック。短い。
短い
はい、and だ。
だね短いトラックだね
短いトラックだね。Or truck. I'm kind of like blind right now to English. Yesterday I was looking at a sign. Oh, hey, animation for the Shinkansen. Oh, that's a fast Shinkansen. What'd you call it? So, yesterday I was looking at a sign, and I was asking myself, how do I get today? And I looked at the sign the entire time, and right below it, it says today, right? Hello there, Way of Spirit. Hello. Hello. So Mijikai, I was saying, how do you illustrate today? And the English in the sign was part of the sign, and I was just completely blind to it. It took me a while. I'm like, how do you do this?
新幹線は長いね。
長いね。 Yeah. Shinkansen. Can I Shinkansen this?
新幹線
Yeah, Shinkansen. And we got nagai. Thanks, Spirit.
長いはね新幹線は長いね
Shinkansen wa nagai ne. Oh, what would you refer to this? Densha?
短い電車だね。
Densha? Okay, mijikai. Got all these. Mijikai.
短い
It's interesting that mijikai. They have like a mix between using kana and kanji. On some of these terms.
電車
Densha. Da.
だね短い電車だね
Densha da ne. Okay. Alright. Karaoke. Karaoke. Like this. This is a good example. Like how do you illustrate karaoke? Do you highlight the building? But the building also has a
カ
translation.
ラオケ
Karaoke. What do we have here? Mijikai jikan. Okay. 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 Oh, and then we finally got the kanji, right?
短い
Mijikai. Jikan. How do you illustrate jikan? Oh. Oh, time. Interval. Jikan. Oh, or an hour. Wait. Can I click on this? I guess jikan can also be time. Okay. Mijikai jikan. Jikan, okay. Short time, okay. Short time is also okay, yeah. Okay. Alright.
列が長いね。
こっちは短いよ。
別か。列が長いね。長いね。列が長いね。line ね。列。こっちは短いよ。Okay, so she's looking at it. Okay, fair enough. So, こっち。
こっち
こっち。it's fine.
短いはよこっちは短いよ
Yeah. Here, short. This one's short. At least I think that's it. No, it's not. I thought it was no. Yeah, isn't it line? Yeah, that's it. It's
列
line. Okay. And then nagai.
長いがね列が長いね
Let's ga nagai ne. Okay. 鳥
髪が長いね。
髪。髪が長いね。What the? How did you say kami?
髪が長いね
Kami? Upstairs? Kami? Oh, hair. They're by the way, they're all kami. So
長いね髪が
kami ga nai
髪
ne.
が長いね
I was thinking the tori gates, and I thought maybe they were talking about kami, not kami. And then I'm like, maybe they're talking about paper. Okay. Should have thought about the most relevant thing. Alright. Ooh. Takai. Takai wave. I don't know what wave is standalone. I just got wave. The wave kanji. Oh wait. Is hot? No, hot would not be very... I'm not sure if it's standalone as hot. But I guess we'll find out. How do we get wave? No. We have I'm pretty sure we have Takai. No, we do not have Takai yet. Okay. Maybe I can click on it. Ah, here we go. There's wave. No read on it yet. And then... Oh, how do I get the... Maybe... Oh, it's completely as a standalone. I mean, not... Oh, because we don't have the thing. We don't have the read yet. What happens if I... Oh, we do. Well, we have it now. Okay. And then Takai. Where do we get Takai? Maybe this? Hi. That works. Yeah, be careful. All waves. Low. On. Toneru. Toneru, yeah. Low toneru. Hikui. Hikui toneru. I guess we can...
トンネル
Toneru. 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 How do you do low? Maybe low. There, low sound. No read on it yet. Takai, Takai. Okay. Takai.
高い高い
Takai, Takai. Lifting a child up high. Interesting.
高い木
Takai ki. So we got ki. Takai.
高い高い木
Where's our hikui? Oh, there it is. Hikui. Hikui ki.
木
We have hikui.
低い
Da.
だね低い木だね
Hikui ki da ne. Oh, that's not familiar. I think this is our second one that's not familiar. So, can I use Takai to relate to Takasa? I can. And then I guess that would be some sort of height. Maybe. Let's
低い
see.
橋だね
Or length. Or oh, interesting. Hikui. Okay, we have hikui.
低い
And shita? Below? Oh, that's the that's probably it. How the heck do you start things? Wait, oh no. What? Ah. Oh. we can use is
だ
here.
ね
But how do you? Oh, hashi. Oh. I
Hashi.
wrote that.
低い
I read
橋だ
that
ね
so. I broke that up so weirdly. Yeah, hikui hashitane. Oh my gosh. That's fine. So how do I get maybe? Oh, this is for waterfall. The height of the waterfall, not the cliff.
の
No reading. But I heard, yeah, no reading for this yet. Waterfall. Intriguing. And I got 2 new characters. One for attendant and then waterfall. The heck? Oh, okay. Kasa. Kasa o takaku. Kasa o takaku. Agenai de kudasai. There are please no long umbrellas. Please not, yeah. Please not bring long umbrellas. Or there are no long umbrellas. Please. No long umbrellas, please. Do you have an umbrella here? Can I... Here. I guess we can relate Takai again. Or Takasa to Takaku.
お
Highly. Oh, wait. Highly. Oh, no. Wait, I think that's still fine. The way I thought about. How do I do agenai? Maybe I can like this. Oh, here we go. Yeah, not do. Oh, so this is. Let's just say we can probably do. No, not to bring, but not
ないで
right. Naide, and then please. Do we have kudasai? We do. From yesterday.
ください
And then give or bring or can. I don't think I have anything. No. How do I get this? Oh, raising? Oh, it could be raised. That's true. Do not raise. Oh, highly. Oh, that makes sense.
あげ
I see. Please not raise umbrellas high. That makes a little bit more sense. I was thinking maybe it had something to do with not like bringing it into the train or something. Oh, that's probably what it's referring to, but still, it's highly rise. Please do not raise umbrellas high. Interesting. Yeah, ageru to raise. And then naide, not to, which is conjugating. In the te form, right? The te form. And then kudasai is a more like a polite way to say this. Okay. What the heck are you guys doing?
背が高いね。
背が高いね。背が背 like say as in like height.
背
Okay, say
高いがね背が高いね
Which say is to think about it later. All right, off we go. Okay, Tonami.
トナミ
Tonami. Oh, it's Tonami. Tonami. Tonami コンビニ。 Okay, can I kombini this?
コンビニ
Kombini.
トナミトナミコンビニ
Onami kombini. What does this say? Light, weight. So something lightly. Something, please. I'm not familiar with this one. Oh, this is Osu. This is Osu. I think we have Os, right? No. Maybe under push? Oh, wait, but Oshite is
押
right.
して
Oshite. So we finally have Os. Okay. Kudasai.
ください
And light. How do we lightly? Was there lightly here somewhere? And not. Pretty sure this is light. Oh, maybe it's not. No. It's not light. It's something else. Oh, it's this. No, to would be door. Telling? What is this? Oh, I'm using Chinese now. Tombstone and car? Or tombstone and mist? Huh. What are you doing? On? No. On is a particle. Usually. Okay. We'll come back to it. Ankon. No. Pasokon. Pasokon. Wait, Pasokon what? Pasokon where? Oh, this must be a store. Pasokon Yasui. Pasokon Yasui. No, it is light, right? Hikui. Or not Hikui. Hikoi? Hikui. Hirui. Wait. Hold up. I know this. Karui. Karui. Yeah, it is Karui. Oh, how the heck do I do lightweight? Wait. No lightweight, but pasokon.
パソコン
Yasui, cheap. There we go. The heck? Okay, I need something that is light. Where am I getting some light stuff? Anyone? Do you have a light thing? Ah, there we go. Karui. Ah, the music in this game though. Alright, Karui. Yes. So, karuku 押してください. Okay. Alright, and then what do we have here? Is that the weight limit? That's weight. 900 kilos. Mada up to 900 kilos or kilograms. How fairly tall. Where do I get weight? Okay, guess we'll find out somewhere else. How do you do made? What the? How do you illustrate made?
軽い
Okay, karui.
軽い
Right, okay. He's shaking a bottle that seems no, not helpful.
重い
Omoi. Heavy. How heavy? How do I heavy? You got anything? They got heavy, light descriptors, right? Let's go up here. Light vehicles. Use light vehicles. Light vehicle use. So karui and for light, and then we have jidosha. Jido
自動車
use, there it is. Light automobile use. For use by light automobiles, yes.
高い建物だね。
高い建物高い建物だね。建物だね。So we have building
建物
建物 and then
高い
だ
だね高い建物だね
図書館
本が重い。
本が重い heavy books. Where the heck am I gonna get books? It's a library. I know it's a library. What about books? Oh,
重い
重い and 本
が重い
本が重い Oh, wait. Oh, there's weight. Okay. Oh, limit. Made. Okay. Up to. Yep. And then now, that's where. Okay. Gotcha. So we can do omo as the weight. Yeah. Omosa. And made.
まで
重い
Omoi. Okay.
重い
Okay. And then 駐車場 how oh, it's 駐車場 yeah, 駐車場 that's how okay, that's fine.
駐車場
駐車場 Okie dokie. So we got heavy, light, all, low, high, low, buildings. Whoa, hello there.
私の犬です
Watashi no inu desu. Okay, watashi. I. Okay,
私
watashi
犬の
and then i desu.
です私の犬です
Watashi no inu desu. Inu
犬
da.
だ犬だ
Okay. Nice. Oh. What is this? Heavy? Okay. That's how you heavy. Oh. Tennis court. Alright.
ヘビ
Heavy. Okay, not heavy. Heavy. Ebi. Yeah. I guess we do look out for now, or be careful. I do be careful. Oh,
Ni.
yeah, still no read on this.
ヘビ大嫌い。
大
私
嫌い。
はヘビが嫌いじゃないよ。
私は、ヘビが嫌いじゃないよ。いないよ。嫌い、oh, しないよ。Okay, okay. There's a lot to unpack here. Okay. So, ヘビ
ヘビ
が oops, this way.
だ。ヘビだ。
ヘビだ. And then we got oh, I have to click on this.
ヘビ。
ヘビ大嫌い. How do I okay. Very hate, so hate
大嫌い。
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 Okay, 大嫌い. And what do we have here? 私
私。
ヘビ
ヘビは
嫌いじゃないよ. I think you can still
嫌いが
嫌いじゃない. How do you not? Okay, I think we can not this.
じゃないよ。私はヘビが嫌いじゃないよ。
So they don't dislike snakes, right? 嫌い or dislike. And じゃない to negate. Interesting. One of them don't. That's interesting. All right. みんな so everybody. Is there everybody? Oh, there's everyone. There's a みんな
みんな。
みんな 大好き. We have loves. Can like work? Okay, 大好き. アイスクリーム
アイスクリーム。
アイスクリームみんな大好きアイスクリーム okay
私はチョコレートが大好き。
チョコレートが大好き チョコレート can I use no wait can I do like there it is
チョコレート。
right okay 大好き
大好きが
and then 私
私はチョコレートが大好き。
が大好き私はチョコレートが大好き right
おじいちゃんはテニスが大好き。
私は自転車が好き。
電車が好き oh that's random alright so おじいちゃんおじいちゃんは oh interesting おじいちゃんはテニスが大好き how do IおじいちゃんWait. Oh. No, I need.
おじいちゃんは テニ
Yes.
スが大好き。
私は自
Okay.
転車が好き。
I can't. Oh my goodness. You butthead.
私
Ninja.
車
Oh, just shot. Oh, G. Oh, yeah. G tencha. Tencha. Oh, that makes sense because there's
自
a bike
転車
nearby.
は
That clears up a little. I was looking at something else. Okay, that should be good
好
enough.
きが私は自転車が好き
Right, that's because of the bicycle. Now, can I get this guy, please? All right. Then,
おじいちゃん
Oji-jang. Interesting. Oji-jang. Jang. Oji-jang. Intriguing.
テニスは
Tennis. Daisuki. We can use ski.
大好きがおじいちゃんはテニスが大好き
Oji-chan wa tennis ga daisuki. Yeah. All right.
この木には葉っぱがないね。
あの木には葉っぱがあるよ。
この木はwait. この木には葉がないね。Okay, so I don't know how you know this. But we do have
葉っぱ
Oh, that part. Both. Interesting. I wonder how that works. Okay. Aru.
ある
And then
よ
I don't know about ano. Maybe we have
木
key.
に
But
は
how the heck do you get to ano? Oh, that.
あの木には葉っぱがあるよ
Ano kini ni wa happa ga aru yo. Interesting. So happa for leaf. That's new. So now we're up to 3 new things. How the heck do you know this? Oh, here it is.
葉
Alright.
っぱ
Happa.
この
Kono.
木
Ki.
には
And then Adu works with night or Iru actually. Or either. Fine.
ないがねこの木には葉っぱがないね
Appa. Appa ka nai ne. Yay. Alright.
この池には魚がいないね。
あの池にいるよ。
Yeah, so now we're talking about here and this and that. This and that introduction. So far it's like going at blistering pace because there's only one example of each thing. while they're repeating like the location and stuff, it's kind of a nice way. I can kind of see why it's a put off by people who keep thinking it's the same thing, but it's not the same thing because of the context is changing around the same thing. So there is some reinforcement because you're using sakana, ki, and those things over and over again while changing the context of the sentence around the place. Some people would say that's repetitive, but that's kind of the point of language in a way when you're adding descriptors and positions to sentence. So in a way, that person that's criticizing is probably largely those people who think that every unique component does not reflect their frequency. You need an object to have a position, and you need adjectives to describe something. So, I mean, they could push hard and replace all the objects over and over again. But it's already difficult enough, in my opinion, to have only one exposure to one element and then complain about being trial and error later on. I think we'll have to talk about that later, where this person's complaint was that it felt like trial and error and you can just brute force it and just click mechanically, largely because this person thinks that novelty leads to retention. So they're complaining about novelty while at the same time they don't have progressive retention of the things. Just single exposures of these things, not gonna get it. Like kono. Oh, you can move dialogue boxes. I didn't even know you could do this. Okay. So we have kono. Oops.
この
kono ike. We have ike.
池
Ike ni wa sakana.
魚に
Sakana ga inai ne. So not here. Oh, we do have not exist.
いないがねこの池には魚がいないね
Inai ne. Ano ike ni iru yo. Okay. So we have
あの
ike,
池
iru yo. There exists some in
Iru.
that pond.
によあの池にいるよ
Fish, sakana. That's context specific. It's inferring the fish. The fish is in that pond. You don't have to repeat the fish. Context specific. Oh, Neko Cafe? Neko Cafe. I have Neko Cafe. Or, yeah, here it is.
猫カフェ
Neko Cafe. Hawaii. Hawaii neko. Hawaii neko imasu. Neko imasu. Oh, we finally got
猫
neko. And then can be used for
いま
imasu.
す
Hawaii. Is there cute? Can I get cute somewhere? And now we have cute. Other descriptors. So we gotta find cute somewhere. Oh, I guess we can go. No, we can't. Wait, do we have cute? We do not. I've not encountered kawaii.
かわいい赤ちゃんだね。
Kawaii akachan da ne. Oh, baby.
赤ちゃん
Akachan. Da.
だね
Kawaii. Maybe there it is.
かわいい赤ちゃんだね
Kawaii akachan da ne.
あの犬かわいいね。
Kawaii ne. Ano inu.
あの
Inu.
犬
Kawaii.
かわいいねあの犬かわいいね
Kawaii ne. Ano inu kawaii ne. Ooh. Wait, hold up.
かわいい猫います
Kawaii neko imasu. Ooh. Oh man. I think one thing, again, I like to emphasize this. It needs a little bit of orange or like some sort of shine or something because it kind of looks dreary. It's very like blue and drab. Blue, gray, drab. So it doesn't feel very shiny and like warm. This place, this universe is very not warm. There's an aesthetic choice, I guess, an aesthetic preference.
綺麗な鳥だね。
Kire toridane. Do we have kire? No, we don't have. Whoops. No. So gotta find kire somewhere. Maybe these? There we go.
きれい
kirei, and no, tori,
鳥な
da,
だねきれいな鳥だね
kirei na tori da ne. Kirei na ohana arimasu. Okay, we have kirei.
きれ
Ohana, flowers.
いな
Adjective. I like this. Non-adjective. Of course, it doesn't explain it, but that's kind of the idea. And then aru. You can use aru.
あります
Arimasu. I don't think there's a reference for grammar and conjugation, like structurally. You're intuiting most of this, right? So part of the experience that I'm skipping over, or I might be skipping over, is where you start looking at these things and like, arimasu kind of looks like aru. Like things look familiar and then you try them, right? So there is a bit of trial and error, and I imagine it gets more and more expansively trial and error, but they're educated guessing. That's what puzzles are for, like implicit educated guessing. But the other person that was making the criticism said that they were doing it routinely, as though like they're mindlessly doing it. So I think that's a difference in preference. I think intuition only goes so far, and it's a kind of a mix, but this person wanted the design to be completely intuitive, you know, yellow paint and all. But then at the same time, it has to be challenging and ever dynamic and not redundant. But language is redundant. Like you repeat phrases because they're foundational. So when someone said, oh yeah, they keep using like the same, I don't even like, yes, because you're building up, right? You're gonna use neko, inu, tori, hana, but they're expanding progressively. So that, and then reinforcing backwards. I can see why now Erik said there could be more reinforcement, but at the same time, the redundancy that he's making progressively is creating that reinforcement, at least in my opinion. Gomi, just trash. Can I, oh wait, hold.
ゴミ
Gomi, oh, up, gomi. Like gomi bako, trash can. Oh wait,
ゴミがなくて綺麗だね。
ゴミがなくて綺麗だね。ね？
ゴミがなくてきれいだねゴミ
なくて。How the heck do I do なくて？I guess, yeah.
なくて
Yeah, なくて is kind of like it's a different saying not exist, but it's in the middle of the sentence. It's like joining this, it's explaining this, using the te as a marker. It's not really a particle, it's more like part of it. And then kirei. We have kirei, right? No, we have kirei.
きれい
あ
だねゴミがなくてきれいだね
Trash does not exist, right? There's no trash, so it's pretty. Yeah, it's more like a and, but it's more like a explainer. This is the explainer conjugation or explainer way to connect one phrase to another phrase. So there's no trash, and it is pretty. Maybe not as much as like kiddo or like consequence, not cause and effect, but more like a connection between the ideas. Oh, we got some ゴミ。
ゴミ。
きれいじゃないね。
汚い。
きれいじゃないね。汚い。That's dirty. Can we dirty? Where's dirty? Okay.
汚い。
汚い。Okay. きれいじゃない。
きれい。
きれい。How do I get じゃない? Do I have じゃない?
じゃないね。きれいじゃないね。
きれいじゃないね。ゴミ。We have ゴミ。
ゴミ。
ゴミ。あギターとピアノの店 Probably 店。ピアノ。ピアノ。
ピアノの
ギター。
ギタ
We still need と。We have と。
ーと
No, Korean is not my next big project.
この音楽大好き。
綺麗な音楽だね。
この音楽大好き。綺麗な音楽だね。I guess there's music coming out of there.
きれ
綺麗な音楽。Where do I get 音楽? Oh, there's 音楽。Wait, how do I get 音楽? Music? There we go. 音楽のクラス。We have class? There it is.
い。クラスの
音楽のクラス。Okay, then we can go back here. We have 音楽。
音楽なだね。きれいな音楽だね。
綺麗な音楽だね。Next one. この
この
音楽大好き。
大好き。この音楽大好き。
That's
綺
cute.
麗なところだね。
綺麗なところだね。だね。綺麗なところだね。So how do you do place? Pretty place? ところ。Place? Oh, there it is.
ところ。
ところ。
きれいな
綺麗なんだ。
だね。きれいなところだね。
綺麗なところだね。Very pretty place.
綺麗な散歩道だな。
綺麗散歩道で道だね。だな。Oh, だな。Interesting. We need a path. Okay, there it is.
道。
散歩 walking
散歩。
or walk and then
きれいな
だ
な。きれいな散歩道だな。
Yep, な。 for emphasis. Very nice. Man, I can imagine a different visually a different way of doing this, which is using like art, like 2D, like ink paintings. Oh, I could imagine ink painting version of this game where you would do like the scroll thing, but they're ink paintings. Maybe even like an origami styled one as well. Interesting. Ooh, okay. What are you doing?
風が強いね。
風が強いね. Oh, the wind. How the wind you win this? 風
強いが
強い
ね。風が強いね。
風が強いね. Right. The wind is strong. Or there is strong wind. 強い. Oh, okay. So guess we can link this up, right? Some of these are kind of tough.
強い
Like how you can see it, but yeah, that's it. There is some trial and error.
風強い風
強い風.
お母さん強いね。
お母さん強い. お母さん強いね. Oh, お母さん. Yep, there.
お母さん
お母さん. I don't think we got. We might have mama actually, or not. Yeah, or haha. 強い.
強いね。お母さん強いね。
強いね.
この酒強いね。
この酒強いね. 酒
酒
こ
の
強い strong. Yeah, this alcohol is strong.
強いね。この酒強いね。
Ooh, sake. It's got sake, it's mana, sake,
酒
and we have sake again.
酒
Okay. Abunai. Abunai tsuyoi denki. Well, strong electricity. Abunai. Dangerous? What's dangerous? Tsuyoi denki. Oh, how do I denki this? Do I have denki? Wait. Oh no, there it is.
Tsuyoi.
No read on denki yet. Electric wave. Weak electric wave. Intriguing. How person struggling with their cell phone, maybe the reception is oh. That's what electric wave means. Signal. Neat. I think I'm close to getting this soon because our current kanji that we have to unlock in Wanikani is wave. So what is that? Den wave. Denha maybe. Denha Yowai. Or it could be combined and this is not a separate thing. I think they're separate, so probably Yowai is separate from Denha or Denba. Or no, it's probably Denha. No Dendaku.
電波弱いね。
Oh, there it is. Denpa. Oh no, it is a dendaku. Okay, denpa. Okay, fair enough.
電波
Denpa. Yowai.
弱いね。電波弱いね。
Nice. And then we have ne. Strong teeth. Make strong. There is strong teeth. Okay. Teeth. Can I can't teeth this. Wait. There it goes. We can tooth.
は
And kurimasu. Tsukurimasu. Oh, sorry. Tsukurimasu. How do the heck? How the heck do you... Oh, here it is.
強い
We make strong teeth. 強い歯作ります。Okay. Just the library. Okay. Are we still in? Yeah, we are.
トナミ
Tonami. Oh, actually, no. Wait, no. Shokan. It's fine. We already got it. Alright, we're entering the library. Ooh. Okay. Stuff. Benkyou. Oh yeah, Benkyou Bushitsu? No, Benkyou Buya. Ne? No, that's not ya. It could be Oku. I don't actually know. Oh, Heya. Oh no, that's just Heya. Just kidding. Benkyou Heya. Just the study room. Benkyou Heya. They're studying. And then I guess room. Study room. Benkyou Heya.
勉強の部屋があるよ。
Oh, 勉強の部屋があるよ. Yeah, okay. Just use
部屋
this.
勉強の
ある
あるがよ勉強の部屋があるよ
勉強の部屋があるよ. Okay. What do we have here? Quiet. Oh, shizuka. Shizuka ni. Quietly. How does one quietly here? Maybe here?
さいよ。
Urusai-yo. Oh no, that's just loud. How do I urusai-yo? Oh, not to jump. There it is.
うるさいようるさいよ
Urusai-yo. Okay, but now how do we get quiet? And not jump. Can I... Maybe you? Oh, request to be quiet. There it is.
に
Quiet, please. Yeah, quiet, please. Yeah.
お静かにお願いします。
静かにお願いします。します。Yeah, or します。I heard this します。So... So, Shizuka, how? I think I can... Yes.
お静か
Oshika, onegai shimasu? Can I do like... I don't have onegai. request. That's kind of
お
good.
願いします。お静かにお願いします。
Yeah. Onegaishimasu. Wish, request, please. That's very incredibly nice. There's quite a lot. Yeah, and I guess I could have used kudasai as well to mark that. Probably. 小さな声で話してください. Please use small voice. Please lower small voices, indoor voices. Or talk with indoor voices. How does one do that? How do
テ
I
ーブルに乗らないで。
テーブルに乗らないで. Oh, don't get on. Okay, I see. Let's see. テーブル。
テーブル。
How do I... Oh, there's loud voice. How do I like... Oh, this child, right? On, there it is. Wait. 乗らないでね? Oh, steppy, there it is.
のらに
Nora. Bored. Okay. Fair enough. Bored, and then naide. We could still use
な
nai.
い。
And then de for on. Yeah, here we go. What? Or ne? What the heck do we have for interpretation for de? Oh,
で乗らないで。
だって
テーブルに乗らないで。
I get it. Okay. Naide. I see. That's neat. Okay, and then I got
テーブルに
Wait, no,
乗
no,
ら
no.
ないで。
We have voice, koe, speaking, hanashite, and small, small. Do you have a small? Small. Where do we small? What the small? How? Oh, there's one. Oh wait, I could have just used chisai. That's fine actually. Gotta use some chisai.
ください。
Kudasai, and then they're using. That doesn't make sense though. But
で
yeah, I was about to say that's not the same de as the other de. How do I? Oh,
う
now
るさいよ。
where was the on? Oh, on. Yes, there it is. What? Oh no, that's by means. How do you by means thing? How does one express? Oh, with.
で
That's fine. By. Yeah, I was thinking by. I was like, how the by? Yeah. 小さい声で話してください. Right. The music. This is still the... Wait, am I still on the same chapter? Wow, these chapters are big. Really cool. Okay. Alright. What do we have here? Oh, I see some characters less familiar. I don't have that one. It kind of reminds me of... So this is like leaving mail, right? Leaving letters. Or maybe... Oh. Okay. So this side has small slots for thin letters. Oh. So we're thinking thin and thick. Thick. Okay. Yeah, I haven't gotten to review that yet, so... Tegami, and you guys are the the thin. Oh no. This side, thick. Intriguing. Thick. I have reason to believe this is a for whatever reason I'm leaning on Atsui again. I haven't gone on G's show for a while now. Yeah, Atsui. Atsui. And then for thin. Oh, I do know thin as well. It's like hosoi, right? Or something. No, not hosoi. That's the other thin. Utsui. No. Tsui. It's something like tsui. This is tsui. But hosoi is thin in terms of slender. So this is tsui. Okay. Neat. Very neat. What are you doing?
熱い本だね。
Atsui. Okay. Yeah, Atsui. Oh, we got a thick boy. Atsui.
熱い。熱。
Hon. You look already. Hon.
本。
Da.
だ。ね。熱い本
Hon
だ
da
ね
ne. Okay. What do we have
細
here?
い道だね。
Oh, hosoi michi da ne. Oh yeah, that's a very thin or narrow. I think this works on narrow, maybe. I don't know. Oh, but there is another word for it. Narrow though. Ne? Hosoi. Oh, we don't have hosoi. Right. Other thin. This is there's the narrow. Oh,
道。
michi, we got there's narrow. Hosoi.
細い。
Okay, da.
だ。
This is the
ね。
other one.
細い
Hosoi.
道だね。
Okay, and street or road or a name.
道。
Ichi, and then hosoi. Oh, just narrow road. Oh, it's just called narrow road. It's just narrow road. It's referring to this thing. But they're not. Huh. I wonder if this is a special one where it takes kun. So it'd be like hosomichi. Could be. Sometimes these things end up being hosomichi. Otherwise it's do. Something do. I don't remember. Oh, I don't know the onyomi for if there is one. Not yet, anyways.
太い大根だね。
Doi daikon. Daikon da ne. Daikon.
大根。
Daikon. Doi fat. Where are we getting fat? There it is.
太い。
Doi.
だ。ね。太い大根だね。
Doi daikon da ne. Okay.
屋根、暑いね。
Yane.
面白い家だね。
Yane. Atsui ne. Omoshiroi. Omoshiroi eta ne. Wait. Omoshiroi. Ie da ne. Wow, that's kind of hard to read. Oh, okay. Can I house this up? I can't.
家
Yeah. 面白い.
面白い
Can I oh no, I was kind of curious how flexible it is it. Let's get that.
だね面白い家だね
面白い家だね. Yeah, ne. Yeah? Oh, this is for a... Oh, is that a whole... No, no, no. Yeah. Yeah, ne.
屋根
Yeah. Interesting. That means roof? Oh, yeah, ne. Instead... I guess rooftop is go. But... And then atsui... The thick.
暑いね
屋根暑いね。
Yane atsui ne. Hmm. Okay. Very neat. Very neat. So we got narrow, thick, and thin. Okay, I might be I was underestimating how lengthy these are. And then now we got wide. Okay. この電車の coal. Don't have this character yet. But it's coal different points. So mix different points. Interesting. 10は something く危ないです. Is this pass? Okay, hold. Yeah. So this is intersection points, right? Because mingle difference, it could be like intersection, yeah. A different intersection. Okay, and then abunai. No, abunai. Densha. Okay, the rest. Do densha.
電車の
Then kono. Oops.
この
Kono. Dangerous. Do we have abunai? We have abunai. Oh, it's narrow. Oh,
Wow.
Oh yeah, this is what is it? Semi, right? Semi. Makes sense. Semi. So narrowly. Oh, semaku. Yeah, semaku. Semoku. It's not semi. Oh no, yeah, semi. Yeah, samaku. Samaku nai. Samaku abunai desu. Okay. It's narrowly danger. Narrowly danger. So it's dangerous because the intersection is narrow, or this train intersection is narrow, or dangerously narrow. Narrowly danger. Okay. Fair enough.
です
Whoa. Okay. Alright. We're fine. Let me out.
川広いね
Hiroi. There's Hiroi for wide.
広いね
川
川広いね
Awa Hiroi ne. Nice. Wow, that one is intense. Chapter 5. Wow. This one was great. Chapter 5 is amazing. Describe object. Oh, okay. Now we have some colors. Okay. We're still in Tonami.
Tonami
Tonami Hana koen, or is it? Does that not how that works for hana? We could say hua gongyuan, right? Hua gongyuan. We can combine. Let's see. If we take hana
花
and then koen.
公園砺波花公園
Hana koen. Okay, it's separate. Treat it as separately. Yep. Makes sense. Honami hana koen. Oh, I guess I'm okay. 黄色公共车 黄色公共车 let's see. We have yellow here. Oh,
Bus.
we also have bus. I can't yellow this? Oh, guess we need to click on it.
の
黄色いのバスを赤いバス
バス
I have no read on it yet. バスの乗り場 we do have that though. Oh. What the? Are they separate entries? No, here it is.
バス乗り場
バス乗り場 Okay.
綺麗な黄色い花。
綺麗な黄色い花 Okay. Oh, okay.
きれ
黄色い
い黄色いな
黄色い黄色 Oh, 黄色い Oh, okay, yeah, they had it. I'm like
花きれいな黄色い花
赤い花 Okay.
花
赤い
赤い
はい
赤い鳥だ。
赤い鳥だ鳥 Give me that 鳥
鳥
赤い Can I 赤い this? I can't. Okay.
赤いだ赤い鳥だ
赤い鳥だ Oh. 红色的花 right 红色的花黄色い花
花黄色い花
この橋は黄色いです。
この橋は Wow, that's kind of hard to read. この橋は黄色いです I don't have a bridge yet. For maybe it's like 川这个川红色的 or something like that 是红色的
この
I don't think you do that much guessing, really. Largely because okay, so this is supposed to kind of teach you kana as well. So this is from 0. But if you have a base kana, this book becomes so quick because you know your kana. But mileage may vary, right? We're talking about 0 knowledge. advertised as a zero knowledge game, but someone mentioned that this thing is very unwieldy. Like it doesn't really make sense on its organization and stuff. And maybe that's because the English sort is a little different. But the kana sort is fairly okay. Provided that you're slowly getting the kana as you're using this.
黄色いは
It's
です。
it's
この
almost like
橋は黄色いです。
it's almost like a matching game at this point for me because of having kana. You can constantly look for the kana and the English into the kana and then kana into the kanji in a lot of in most of the instances.
青い花
Aoi hana,
青い
aoi.
花。青い花。
Also, probably another thing is there's less and less trial and error, and I can totally get why that other person was talking about it's very repetitious because you're also using mechanical loops here. So what do you do when you say, oh, aoi? How do I get aoi? It doesn't register with color, so you have to click on the flower, right? So you become faster and faster over time, which is actually kind of one of the consequences of learning how to play by the rules of the game and whatnot. So in a way, you might end up gaming the system as opposed to learning the words and whatnot. And honestly, that is actually part of the game. It's a user fallacy, not a design fallacy. A lot of times we're like, well, you can learn nothing about the game and still beat the game. How often do you say that? Well, people beat Souls games without understanding what's going on. Like, people beat games without understanding how the math works or the probability works. People complete roguelike games all the time by, I mean, your odds would go up and your consistency would go up with the underlying comprehension. But I feel like some of the scrutiny that language games get or edutainment games get are not necessarily consequences of design, but consequences of the user, largely because they see it as a game, yet they want to see it as an educational product, so they treat it with a double standard. I would say a vast majority of people complete games without actually knowing or comprehending what happened and or know what's going on in the game, like in terms of its higher level meaning, right? I mean, some people think playing a game without a story is optional as long as the game plays well. So I could kind of see the gameplay loop if it's like very distracting. Oh, I'm doing the same thing, but the gameplay loop is not made to be complicated. In my opinion, it's made to be natural, as in as natural and simplified as possible for it to be approachable, so that you spend most of your time focused on extracting the meta level of cognition, which is the words and the names and stuff. And I honestly think this is not exclusive to, so to speak, because puzzle games often get that criticism all the time. Oh, well, the gameplay is not engaging. It's basically like clicking and trying to learn things, and I don't want to learn things, so I don't like puzzle games. That's kind of how I feel about some of the criticisms from this particular guy, because it's the only person so far that's written something that's clearly have a lot of cognitive dissonance with what qualifies as educational edutainment game, and they have fair criticisms based on what that person's looking for. Otherwise, that person made very cogent, like, grammatical and pinpoint things, and you expect an education game to have some level of proofreading that requires. And I think so far there wasn't anything that shockingly stuck out to me as, oh my gosh, this is devastatingly misinformation or like poor. That person highlighted 6 things out of the entire game, and so far I would say whatever I went through already, 6 is impressive. I mean, it's one of those people who like, oh, this piece of product is garbage because it has a typo. It like you notice a typo, that kind of thing. It's a little extreme, but I feel like the attitude that person exuded may well be that type of commentary. Anyways, just another thought. Iroi hana? Oh, we're going up there at some point.
黄色い
Iroi.
花
Akai
赤い
hana.
花
We have aoi, right? Yes.
青い
Aoi.
花
Midori. Midori no hana, which is special. Oh, wait. Yeah, which is special. Midori requires a different ending. It's a no color.
花の
Midori no hana. Akai basu. Oh, I see what they're doing now. Color-coded bus to get around.
赤い
Right. Basu.
バス
Do that in the city a lot of times too. Oops.
バスの
Aoi densha. Blue bus.
青い
Densha. Or blue train.
電
Bus.
車青い電車
Weird looking train. Train on wheels. Which I have seen before.
空が青いね。
But I didn't realize they would call this a densha. Soda. What are we referring to? Soda ga aoi ne. I guess this. But how do I illustrate? Wait. Match blinking yellow. Oh, okay. No. I didn't mean to click. What? Oh, soda. Oh, they're talking about sky. How do I sky? Hold up. How do I sky? Oh, they're looking at the sky. Oh, that makes sense actually.
空が青いね。
Soda.
空
Soda. Gotta click on them, you know? When all else fails, click on them.
青いがね空が青いね
Aoi ne. Soda ga aoi ne. Ooh. Blue sky. Blue sky hospital. I think use aoi. And then soda.
空
So aozora. Aozora byoin. Which we can just highlight that. And obviously I'm filling in the blanks here, but I imagine the game eventually fills in the blank themselves. So in a way, I'm taking that part out, and I think that part, in my opinion, is a big part of the game, like a big part of the puzzle fun, in my opinion. If I were using this from zero, right? It would be really fun to discover what these are called. Like, because the game strategically place different points. So sometimes they introduce the kanji first, sometimes they introduce the kana first, and then you do have to match them up to some point, but you can use your reference, right? Like, I knew it was soda, so I was typing in soda, but in here you could say, well, what's blue? And what could this be? Well, I have certain things that are blue. Maybe I'll match like hana in this situation, like put hana, but I already know what hana is from the other example. So what else could be blue, right? And then from here you can click, oh, they're looking at the sky. So the sky could be blue. And what could this be? That kind of thing I think would be incredibly rewarding to me. Like super rewarding to me. But I do not have that reward anymore. So that's something I have to consider. And alternatively, from my perspective, this is a great way to review what I know without relying on trial and error. So how far can I do all these things as they are revealed? So I'm playing this game from a different perspective, right? Byoin. Maybe I forgot what byoin is. It is hospital, what I look like. So when later byoin comes up, it's like, oh, neat. Like, so they do separate kana. So it is trying to explain or use kana to sound things out as it's going. Right. The jitensha, which is awesome, I think. I like that Erik is using different points of entry back and forth, because if you keep doing the same steps, it can, in my opinion, that's great for a one-way trip to something, but for myself, I like going back and forth, like being able to enter anywhere. Like if I see a bike, where can I start? Well, I can start in many places. I could see a kanji and use that to get to somewhere, to get other information, or I can look at what it sounds like and get to the kanji. They're separate ways, as opposed to doing the same serial loop. I think one of the weaknesses oftentimes when it comes to puzzle games, or puzzle logic, like people's logic, is their one-way logic. Video games often, well, at least they used to be, still do to some extent, prescribe and force and encourage gamers or people who are using to think differently and approach problems differently over and over again. And I say used to because the most popular type of game is not that. That would include Souls-likes, because there's enough flexibility where with enough time you can iron out your way of accomplishment without any form of obligation to bring in any other tools. The problem solving only happens when the challenge goes up high enough to challenge your current way of thinking, which rarely in this day and age is sufficient enough to force someone to think. In a puzzle game, you simply cannot proceed in a lot of things. Like if you do not understand the rules of the puzzle, which is not this game, by the way. This game is trying to reduce the amount of load on the mechanical. In puzzle games, if you do not understand the rules and you do not try to change your way of thinking, you do not pass. You do not get by that puzzle. And that often feels like schoolwork or talking to a stranger online, sharing different points of view, because if you're narcissistic and you're only value yourself as the main character, then you don't have to bend to anyone's obligations, right? And I think that's more of the social norm on the internet as opposed to other, and it's reinforced by game design. The most popular games are games that do not force or obligate the players to enjoy a game the developer's way. Not there are obviously popular games that semi-successful and popular games that do have those, like Talos Principle and whatnot, but oftentimes it holds very little to like Fortnite, Minecraft, right? Fortnite, Minecraft, any of your competitive shooters. And it's fairly ironic, actually, when they talk about competitive competition, they always talk about a level playing field. The rules have to apply to everyone, but they only have to apply the rules when it is either advantageous or disadvantageous to the player, not having to play by rules that you don't want to play by, which comes with the whole puzzle solving thing. You can drop a puzzle game immediately because you don't want to play by the rules, right? Like the rules that don't jive with you. That's kind of like going to class, going to university and learning mathematics, but you don't care about mathematics. Whether mathematics become useful or is useful is neither within the ability of the person who's incompetent, but also their choice. So you can choose to think that mathematics is useless for future life, and therefore it is. Or you can embrace it, learn it, and when it becomes useless, like over your time, it doesn't end up being useful, you learned mathematics, but you didn't get any regretful feeling because you learned something during that time. Then you have the most classical response. It's not relevant to what I can see is relevant, so therefore it's disinteresting and useless, right? If you can't see a use for it now, then there's no point in starting then. Meanwhile, I'm here thinking about those negative reviews about people saying, why does this exist? Why does this project exist? Or this game exist? When for them, they don't see a purpose or existence. So instead of trying to explain its existence from the perspective of other people who wield this and made this into existence, they chose to pretend like it doesn't exist or shouldn't exist because their world is only according to them. And I think that paves a lot of the negative things. Like puzzle games are not interesting most of the time, and they're very difficult to sell to a bigger audience. Although I do have to say, I want to give a shout out to Blueprints recently. That's an interesting thing. The common consumer absolutely have a huge disparity between people who evaluate and play video games as a profession. It's glowing reviews on that side, and it's mixed on the consumer side, because the consumer side are not very open to such systems in which, yeah, you could just lose because you don't understand, or you could just lose because of permutations, and understanding why you lost is part of the knowledge. So then you try to prevent or mitigate entering a no-win state. Most popular games, you're always a winner. You always win. The main character always wins. When you think you're the main character in the universe, you always win. That's kind of how the normalized... We'll talk more about this later, but game design really does feed into behavior that I have come to accept as social norms online. Jidensha. We can take the Jidensha first. Jidensha Aoi.
青い自転車。
赤い自転車。Oh no. Oh no. Hold. Okay.
赤い。
I'm choosing to type all of these in this reference because I'm practicing my uromaji, my typing input. And then I want to read the kana next to the kanji over and over again. So I'm deliberately prioritizing using my reference material. So the moment I get like this stuff right here, like I could do this stuff, which is a different route to get to the answer. Like you can do this matching, but I want to hit the middle. So I'm using romaji, but I'm picturing kana in my head. So I sound it out, right? Jitensha. So when I hear jitensha, I'm typing jitensha. Or I hear jitensha in my head. So I'm doing the active keyboarding. And then I want to see to confirm my kana. And I also want to see the kanji. Now I'm a little blind, slightly blind to the English because it's automatic. The translation is already automatic in the back of my head. So when I try to, if I need to access it, I will. But generally speaking, I want to see romaji, my entry in romaji, the kana and the kanji, all like clustered there. So whenever we learn or unlock a new thing, if I can use a reference book, I prioritize the reference book. Largely because I'm practicing my entry, the input. My typing is pretty sloppy still. Even in Wanikani, when I'm typing something, occasionally I would like habitually type a different sound for what I'm hearing. So that's kind of why my loop is slightly different, which I'll talk about in the review at the end, or like when we finish the game.
自転車、赤い自転車。
You could point and click. Someone said that person that is still critical, their main ploy was like, oh, this game basically boils down to a point and click. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. But it can boil down. Like, what I mean is, yes and no. It can feel like a point and click when you treat it like a point and click. And I am choosing, for example, not to. But that's because I'm coming from a different perspective than that. Hey, based on your experience learning different languages, what is the better routine that I recommend? By that, like, what does your routine look like now? I think the best routine, or like a routine is always going to be a starting position. So it's always going to be a moving target, right? But the routine is whatever you can best consistently start with. And then the routine gets better only if you like progressively want to improve the routine. So I think it sounds a little bit cheap or meta, but the better routine is to make sure that you are using a routine that is consistent, and then in that routine you have the motivation to improve the routine over time. So regardless of where you start, if you have a routine that encourages you to improve on that routine, so it has a room to grow, then that would be my blanketed comfortable statement for it. So I would probably sit down, ask oneself what the routine is, and then how can do you have room to improve it? And then the different languages, then that routine ends up being applied and grow from any amount of content you pull up. So like you keep moving on to different languages, but the language themselves, the context they have is the content. But your routine itself, in my opinion, there should be incentives and room for growth over time. So your routine will constantly give back more. So for me, it's not about how many different languages I have learned. It's about how long I have been engaged in language learning. So I've been at this for 1.5 years now. And I would say how I started my routine was like I didn't know anything. Like I haven't ever self-studied through apps or things online ever. Like I was a formal education person all the way until the last thing I learned. And now over time I didn't know where to start, so I just start somewhere. It didn't matter what it is. So For me, I started with Duolingo, and then Duolingo gave me a lot of ideas, and I found that, okay, this part of the routine is not that great. I'm going to change it a little bit, and then this routine and this routine, and now we get to where we are now with 3 languages, and I have separate routines for all of them, but all the routines are related in the sense that I've used each one of them to add or subtract an overall routine. So I have no specifics when it comes to recommended routines. I think it starts with something you can do consistently every day, and then that at the end of the day you're going to say, how can I do this better in a month's time? For me, it's about a month. Anything greater than a month, I would sit down over that time. Like for like Wanikani and Hanzahiro, it's like 100 days. I'll sit down and I think, how can I improve my routine? How can I become more efficient in my routine, and then add more to it? So when my routine gets more efficient, it means I'm doing less to get more, but then I need to add more things back. So I keep growing and becoming more and more efficient, and still trying my hardest over time. I think that's how I would say different languages. In terms of, I kind of sidestepped the language thing. I don't think I view languages or different languages as part of my consideration for my routines. Generally speaking, I tend to pick whatever language that someone that I know find that's important, or they want to relate to me in that language. That is enough. That's enough emotions. And then for me, I focus all on the process of language learning. So it might not look like anybody's routine, because it shouldn't. My routine should not look like your routine. When you focus on the routine. When for someone else who's more focused on their goals, as in how long does it take to become fluent in Japanese, for example, that might look, the routines of other people might look the same then, because they're not focused on the routine, and they can still become fluent in Japanese. There's no way I would deny that going to someone, mirroring their routine long enough, and if you have commitment, it can become your routine and you can become fluent in Japanese. For myself, since I typically focus exclusively on the process, I am more interested in what people are doing, not how skilled they are. So in this game, for example, I'm more interested in how different people, or imagining how different people will use this game in their routine cycle to learn. Like, what happens if you don't know kana at all when using this game? Well, this feature might be a little cumbersome. So how would they make themselves better at using this? I would probably say maybe they would encourage themselves to learn kana over time. So that's probably what I would say as a conservative. The better routine is always it's going to be almost always the routine that you have, that you can see yourself doing every single day, but also wanting to improve it over time. Maybe like in a month's time, you're telling yourself arbitrarily when do you want to review it, and then ask yourself, is 30 days too long or too short before you get bored or something? Like, you need to have a routine to self-measure yourself. So the best routines, I would say, like, routines have certain elements. If I wanted to generalize, there are elements of routine. Consistency, so you can view yourself as, if nothing changed, you can always do this. It's part of you, it's a lifestyle. So that's one of the foundations of a better routine. Next one is a point of self-evaluation. At some point during your routine, you're going to output, and you're going to figure out what is working and what isn't working. So at some point, these two are part of the foundations of the quote-unquote better routine. The third one, legacy. your routine has to be equipped with some way of telling you you have persistently progressed day to day without the concern of comparison to others. So the third one is like, oh, you wrote a journal and you say, I've learned one extra character today. That is you. You win all the, like, it's an encouragement for yourself and is rarely ever related to anybody else. So it doesn't matter how much other people learn, how fast they learn, you have recorded what you have accomplished. And then maybe a weak fourth, sort of, and that is to have relevance, sentimentalism. So what is the value of that? Is it a friend hoping to go to Japan, like that type of thing? I think those are the four foundations, like some of the four pillars that one has to have. And I would go into explaining why I think those are some of the four pillars, but that's probably a story for another time. You're learning English, but you can't find any routine that you like. From current level is A2 to B1, but you don't know how to start to improve your level. Grammar, vocabulary, I don't know, but your weak point is speaking by far. Thank you for the time listening to you and taking notes. Like I would love to hear like what you're currently doing, right? I think sometimes the answer, like, since I don't know you, right, we're strangers mostly, I think when you sit down and ask yourself, like, you already understand your weak point is speaking, but if you break down a routine, like, what part involves speaking? Is there any way you can? So for me, I do these live, by the way. In day one, I talk about what I plan to do and what I focus. Like, for example, in this game, what I plan to focus on, and then what the possible maybe pros and cons. And at the end, which I will do at the end of this game, I'll talk about what I've learned, what other things I could have done, that type of thing. So I think sitting down and really like writing out some of these stuff can answer that question. Otherwise, it would really take someone, in my honest opinion, it would take someone that you know, to like that know you really, really well, to really point out, or suggestions. Like if you have a classmate, for example, someone you're learning English with very closely, they are more than likely be able to understand your ins and outs. For myself, I wouldn't be comfortable in explaining or trying to prescribe anything to someone that I didn't follow. Like, it's different if I was in a classroom and I was monitoring, like, for a year's time, a student's progress. I would be more likely to be able to say something about that. But in terms of this, those are the pillars, and you hope to, at an older age, right, if you're much older, those questions and answers can be answered by yourself. Which, writing down and saying, well, if your weak point is speaking, can you speak to yourself? Is that possible? Like, I'm imagining myself, my speaking is the worst part. So it's the weakest point, as expected, because I haven't done much, but I'm not focused on speaking right now. It's still a weak point. So how would I go about speaking? There are things I do. That I already do well. I like talking to myself. So how do I make talking to myself out loud part of my routine? And that's kind of where I'm getting at. You also want to take a base accent. You really like the American accent as a base accent. As a Spanish speaker, it's difficult to meet people who speak English as natives. Interesting. Why is that as a Spanish speaker? You don't meet English speakers very often as a Spanish speaker? That's interesting. American accent as base. That's funny. I'm sorry. I'm so used to hearing people say that the American accent is like, you know, a trendy lesser accent. So hearing someone say they really like the American accent is it's very humble. Like, it's very flattering indirectly. I have the northeastern accent, apparently. According to my neighbors, some people can tell me what state I'm from based on my English accent, but that's it. I'm surprised that as a Spanish speaker, you do not encounter as many English speakers. Like, I don't mind reading Spanish a lot of times, but I don't like consider myself a Spanish speaker. Interesting. A2 and B1 is I'm not saying this as an excuse, but if you're A2 B1, that's like colloquial English, and you got to pick your favorites. sorry. That sounds like a generalization, but when you become A1 and like A2 to B1, that sounds like now the whole world like opens up in English, where now you got to pick like someone you like to consistently listen to, and then hopefully that somehow they consistently talk to you as well, as a way, and that will not necessarily help you with understanding other English speakers. But I don't want to be discouraging. I think it's one of the beauties of English, and I think it's similar in Spanish. Like, if I had to relate to you, since you're a Spanish speaker, where I left off in Spanish 20 years ago is what I felt like was the beginning of Spanish. Like, I finally have enough of the foundations of Spanish, where now I need to find like a particular Spanish that I like to spend most of my time routinely engaging in. So I haven't decided on that yet, because I haven't caught up with my 20-year-old vocabulary stuff, like doing subjunctive and stuff. But I think English is much like Spanish. It's very relatable in the sense that I wouldn't be surprised that you can't find any routine that you like looking at other people, like whole value. However, I do, maybe this is a suggestion, if you go and look at other people's routine, right, you know, observe their routine in some way, pick all the things that you need. So if you ask yourself, right, if you go on and you get a piece of paper and you ask yourself, what are, maybe take a different routine, like maybe your eating routine or your fitness routine or your gaming routine, even your gaming routine. Write down what you must have. Like, these are deal breakers. If these do not exist, these properties do not exist, you can never see yourself doing it. Right? You can never see yourself doing it. So like, say a video game. When you play a video game, something that's part of your routine. So if you routinely play video games, use that. And I would write down, for example, I would write down what are the things that it must have. Like, no way you'll ever continue doing this if it doesn't have these things. So I would say maybe 4 or 5 things is probably what will immediately come to you. And then ask yourself, where would I get that? So then I would go out and look at people's routines. Here, there, Duolingo, right? Duolingo, Wanikani, Anki, how people describe. And I would say, how do I use whatever their routine is to fill those 5 requirements, 5 or 4 requirements? And that's where I started. I legitimately just start there. Like, what do I require to be regular? A schedule. Duolingo has a schedule. That's good enough for me. And then I need a tracker to see how long things are. Okay, so I need to measure my time. So I'll use my stream clock and stuff. So that's kind of, you want to find some routine to learn faster, but maybe that routine doesn't exist. The routine to learn a routine to learn faster is to improve the current routine you have. Like, what I mean is, instead of starting over, constantly starting over, which is what most people actually do, in my opinion, like the vast majority of people actually do this, they don't enter a routine of optimization. So the routine you have now, can you make that faster? If you can make that faster, that is learning faster. So everything is, in my opinion, what I'm saying is everything is based on the routine you have now. If you start over and embrace someone else's routine, it can be slower, it can be faster. It's likely going to start slower because there's a learning curve to the routine, right? It's a new routine, something. You could look for a routine that's similar to yours and implement the difference, but you're working on your own routine. Your routine only gets faster when you stick. It is more likely to guarantee fastness if you're improving your own routine and you're sticking to your own routine, but you're improving it over time. Now, you can take a gamble and take on someone else's routine that said they're faster than the current routine that you have. But in the beginning, you have to start all over again. You have to adjust yourself to the new routine. So it may always feel slower than the routine you already have. And then you use that for a little bit and it gets faster. Now, is it faster than your previous routine? It can be, or it can be slower. So then you go look for a new one and you start all over again, right? You start off, it's going to feel slower than your old one. The alternative is you have a routine and you look at other people's routines and you add it to yours. How can it make you faster? So now you're focused on iterating on one thing. You're constantly improving one thing while looking at other people. So that's, in my opinion, that's how I go about doing routines or building up a routine. So like streaming consistently, when someone says, oh, hey, you consistently do this stuff and it looks different from everyone else's, or I don't see how you can enjoy doing Duolingo every single day. It's because I built up from something. So I don't start over each time. There's a huge learning curve, both emotionally, intuitively, and intellectually when you have to start over. So if you're constantly abandoning your old routine and going into a new routine, you have to use that new routine long enough to even compare if it's faster than your old routine. You could say you'll only use each routine 30 days and then see which one was fastest in 30 days. But then all the time you're exploring all that routine will make it feel like you're not doing it really quickly. That's one of the downsides. So you can keep scouting for the best routine, or you can focus and spend most of your time on the current routine you have. And for me, I really do not, like, I'm biased. I do not care about other people's ideal routines. I like, in terms of embracing them, I take from people's routines. So I care because I care in the capacity that if they can describe to me how it works, I could see myself using and be inspired by their routine, but I rarely ever embrace someone's routine because their routine is their routine. They've worked on it for many, many years. There's no, in my opinion, even if I spend all my life trying to perfect that routine, they're faster. They're going to be more efficient at the thing they created. The question is, how do I take the best aspects or the useful aspects of their routine and incorporate it into my own. So in no ways, because of that perspective that I have, I often rarely ever recommend trying to replicate what I'm doing. I ask questions and I try to ascertain what works for the other person. What works for me, if you have someone who's like super fast, like you're imagining this ideal person and they're super fast at learning things, they develop the routine. They were building their routine their entire life, right, up to this point. So when you take on their routine, you're always, almost unemphatically going to be slower than the person who worked on the routine or people who've been using the routine longer than you. And it's going to constantly feel like you're slower. However, if you only think about yourself in this situation, you can always learn faster. Provided you're not comparing it with someone who's using a routine that longer than you have. Your routine is going to be the longest thing that ever exists if you choose so. So I would say you want to find some routine to learn faster, improve the routine that you have now. Then it will be faster. It is more likely. I would say when someone works on what they do, what they can do, and then adding on to what they can do and modifying what they can do, it usually ends up being faster over time. Regardless, it tends to be faster no matter, even if you're doing the same thing over time. Like if you use Anki for a really long time, you're going to inherently become faster at that routine. The difference here is when you use something long enough and you become faster, what do you use with the extra time? What are you gonna use the extra time for? You could double down and do the same thing even longer, but generally I don't. If it takes me 2 hours to study at first, and then it suddenly turned into 1 hour to get to the same amount, I'm going to spend that 1 extra hour to figure out how to improve my routine. And that's what I mean by the pillars. So you have a way to track your progress, self-evaluation. Then you have room to grow, right? Room to grow. And then you have a track record that tells you you're getting faster. So that's probably what I would say if you're lost or anything. But generally speaking, maybe you're too impatient. I don't think anyone's too impatient to get better at a language. You're a Spanish speaker. You've done it already, at least in my opinion. And yes, sure, you can argue, well, that was when you were a kid and now you're an adult. But the nice thing about an adult is you have discipline now. It's actually if I had to compare myself to my younger self, usually the younger self is more impatient. So not only are you were more impatient when you learned how to speak Spanish, you're far more patient now than you were before. So I don't think, I have a hard time believing that you're too impatient to learn English, at least in my opinion. But hopefully there's something in there that's useful. Thanks for asking, by the way. I don't usually get these opportunities when I'm playing video games or something. Yeah, work on your routine. If you're finishing a little bit earlier each day and you're constantly tweaking your routine a little bit, like every week or so, when you look back in a year, it's gonna look very different. This is something called like habit maintenance. Like, how do you get your diet to improve, right? Improve over time. You can make little tweaks, and after a year, since language learning is like a diet, basically, it's for life, right? It's gonna be for the rest of your life. You want to use English for the rest of your life. Doing little by little, tracking that, right? By the end of the year, it'll look like you're much faster than any, in my opinion, in any singular routine that is not yours. You work on it, it'll feel great because, in my opinion, it's your ideas. Yes, it's other people's ideas originally, or like you were inspired, but together it will be your routine. So without sounding really, really reductive, the fastest routine in the world is your routine. The routine that suits you. Hey, Sean. MSN? Man, oh. Oh there. Hey. Oh there, Carson. It's been a while. How have you been? What's up? Okay. So, Lisa. Midori. Do I have Midori? Do I have... Yes, sir. You're well? Thanks. I am well. Since the last time we talked, I basically spent almost like the rest of my time continuing to language learn. So yeah, no problem. I hope it's wisdom. I hope you find something that works well. If not, I can certainly say a bunch of things if you want, from time to time. So like, you know where to find me. I could say some weird things from time to time for English exposure. I wouldn't be too. I'd be more than happy to. You learned that word by playing the last game of the last Legends of Zelda. Oh, nice. Yeah, what have you been up to, Carson? How's the business going? Like, how's your hobbies going? It's been a while since all of that stuff you told me about last time. I think it's been over a year now, right? It's oh no, half a year, like 6 months. Yeah, 6 months. Busy, super busy. Are we talking about a super like, oh yeah, I love this, I go to bed tired, but awesome busy? Or are we talking about like a sweaty busy, like I could use a vacation busy? Where are we on this scale? So I do like super busy. Busy sounds, I tend to lean on the more positive thing, like, oh, busy, like good busy. A little bit of both. It's exciting. Oh, neat. Can you give me like a quick down low on something that's really exciting so far? I've been studying language, so we've been doing Japanese, Chinese, Chinese, and Spanish all day long, every single day. You know, so you could imagine what that's like. I've been talking to a lot of people here and there from time to time about their study habits and whatnot. I don't follow the atomic habits method. I follow my routine. Eternal light, which is the core of what I was saying. It's not the atomic habits method. It's the human regular method. Atomic habits happens to be the buzzword that I use because that person described it, and I like the terminology that they used. But that method existed for like as far as I've been alive. So that the method that I describe is my method. It could be coincidental, and it was. I read the guy's, I listened to the audiobook like maybe sometime last year, and I found that it was amazing the way that guy framed all the coincidences. But generally speaking, whatever that guy is saying, he has a way of using terminology that kind of resonates with me. But it's not the atomic habits method. Well, yes and no. It is by coincidence, but I didn't have to change anything. to use that method. Already do that method. Well, you're going to do it in English. Joking, I know. It's hard for me to type out all here. Okay. Long story short, first year was getting the business situated and running now. It's getting out and expanding, advertising, all that. No, that sounds... Where do you even start? Where do you even start with that? Dang. I'm glad to hear it's expanding. Expanding? Are you telling me your business has grown? Are you doing this full time now? Or is this still a side hustle?
Bus no.
Basu.
バス乗り場
Noriba. No, but it's basically another full-time. Dang. How would you summarize atomic habits as you practice it? What are the core principles in productivity? As I practice it. How would I summarize atomic habits as I practice it? Well, I wouldn't. I wouldn't know how to, because they just happen to be coincidence. I actually summarized a bit of it already just now. The things I said to Cesardia is part of a lot of the atomic habits practices. And what are the core principles in productivity? I described a lot of it. You apply habit formation. Many of the core principles that I described about keeping consistency, starting with a routine that has consistency, is also selecting a pre-existing habit and then utilizing micro adjustments in conjunction with periodic self-evaluation. Those are the steps. The person who wrote Atomic Habits, have all of these things labeled as different steps. And for myself, I don't use that terminology. I use like self-evaluation. I use iteration, expansion, iteration, optimization, self-evaluation, and then reverse again. And then there's situational coupling, right? And then there's habitual substitution and habit association. So some of his words really do resonate with my collective semantics. But generally speaking, I spent the last hour and a half describing, and then I dropped Atomic Habits because by chance I didn't write a book on it that is very popular and well spoken. This person did. And then 15 other people did too, that I'm aware of, that I have experienced, like seeing their material. But they're different contextual semantics of a timeless set of practices that are common or found commonly between productive people. Do I consider myself very productively adherent to Atomic Habits? No, because I do lack something that Atomic Habits do have, which is the idea of career building. I don't have that social pressure right now. Maybe in the future. I think like Carson here, he's juggling effectively two business full-time things, and that's wild. Yeah. But I would say whatever I say most of the time when it comes to consistency and habit formation is probably going to sound like Atomic Habits. And I use that guy's leaping point because I really quite love his terminology. It's fun. I'm glad to hear that, Andersen. I will have to. Should have invested in Monster Energy. Is Liquid Death public? No, Liquid Death is still private, huh? Yeah, are your places also stocked on liquid death at all? I don't think they're public yet, but there's also the option of liquid death. If I'm talking about the same business that you're referring to, like from the last time we talked, like over 6 months ago. Oh, no non-PA. Oh, no, man, non-PA. Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. All right. I mean, you're talking about investments for things to include, honestly. You should smash down those high energy coffee drinks like Red Bull. For what? Why would you need that? We should get together though. We can certainly do that. That is a very possible thing to do, Carson. Is there a very particular thing that's coming up in the future that could set for like a opportunity?
赤信号だ。
赤信号だ。赤信? Nick? Why does that sound? Oh, red light. Aka, and then shingo. Da. Yeah, no worries. You know where to find me. You prefer Snickers or Twix bars? Neither. Like, I don't usually consume candy bars. Sir Jared, and you've been in communication. Oh, really? Oh, really? Well, that is a name I have not heard in a while. Well, that would be something. That would be something, alright. You have my interest piqued. I haven't heard that name in a while, in a hot minute. Red light. Colin and you hanging the regular, but yeah, he's got a boy. Oh man, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. He's got a boy.
信号赤
Well, congrats to him. Congrats to him.
だ
Wait, wait. Wait. I already knew that, didn't I? Are you talking about you're talking about Colin, right? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, both. Okay, yeah. I'm not surprised for either, but did I already know that Colin has a boy? So they both got kids, man. Since you're new here, can you let me know the source of all this music? It's the video game. So, a little rascal running around.
緑信号だよ。
緑じゃなくて青信号だよ。
I'm more than obviously available to catch up for sure. Man, full families. You guys have families. You never met Jarrett's? That'd be interesting. I don't think I how's Colin's kiddo? You have a Susan, that's all you need. That's fair enough, man. You have a Susan. That's it. Yeah. I have a I don't know. Doubt he'll bring him out, I see. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Midori Shingo. I need a green light.
緑
Yeah. So is today, did something happen today? What makes this today a serendipitous encounter, Carson? Did something transpire that, why today? Is there some sort of like crazy, am I getting ready to start a chain of events? I have always been here, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Has something changed recently with you? Maybe we do. じゃない。
なくて
I see. No 信号だったよ. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, green lights don't exist, only blue lights. Yep, that's a fun joke.
青
Oh, 信号.
信号
信号だ.
だよ緑じゃなくて青信号だよ
You always message me and you never get a response? Wait, how are you messaging me? How does it work? Like, where are you messaging me? Maybe that's probably the problem. Wait. How are you measuring? How are you messaging me? You didn't have to be at work and you have time to be on Twitch. Oh, okay. That's probably something that we would have to sort out. I don't like use certain things anymore. You sent a text test. Yeah, I responded to you. The last time you sent me something was... Wait. Is this really you? Yeah, the last time you sent was Merry Christmas, and I replied with Merry Christmas. Oh, I didn't see this though. Oh, that's interesting. How long ago was this? Oh no, that's 2022. That was way back. But the only message I got before was you sent a gif of Merry Christmas, and I responded with a Merry Christmas gif. And that's it. That was the last message. And then before that it was 3 years ago. Yeah, so no. And I missed the 3 years ago, but I think the 3 years ago thing was because we actually met then to talk. Like, we actually had the thing in that time. We were actually in contact. Yeah, that was a long time ago. How's the old body holding up, Carson?
信号
Midori. My body is not holding up that well.
緑信号だよ
Well, it's glad to hear that you're really busy, fun fun busy, both, but still fun. I haven't done anything of that sort for a while now. Aka? Aka Shingo. Oh yeah, that's Shingo. Aka Shingo de cross. Yeah. Oh, stop. Stop at red. Okay. How do I stop? Is there a stop? There it is. Tomare. Aka Shingo de tomare. You still do cardio and some light weights, not bad. A little sore getting to 40. Yeah, I hear ya. I hear ya. I don't. You got me beat. Light weights. I don't even have light weights. We just do some calisthenics here and there, and then we run. First thing, wake up, go run. First thing, and then occasionally in the evening, do some calisthenics. Wake up, needing to stretch and do like a bit of twisting and bending a little to kick out the soreness.
Aka.
Shingo. So that's what light is. Interesting. Shingo.
Shingo.
Shingo de.
De.
At. Shingo de tomare. It'll be really I would love to hear, like, sit down and catch up with all the milestones in everyone's what they're having going on, especially in when was the last time I talked to Colin? When he got married? Wow, that's a very long time. This is us. So, is it standalone? Press us, still us. Operate. Oh yeah, sheet or not sheet. That's probably sheet still. Botan. Us. Just a button operation. Oh.
赤い門があるよ。
ここは神社だよ。
神社だよ。赤い門があるよ。門。ここは神社よ。あ、神社だよ。ここ? How do I call this? Is there a here? Can I find it here? No. I think I have Coco already. No, I do not. How do you illustrate here? Maybe like stop here, like in this sign? No. Yeah, it would be cool. It'd be in a cool sit down for sure. Yeah. It would be. Anytime. Okay. I have a pretty flexible schedule, like, or I have a self-imposed schedule, so can make time anytime. How do you Coco this? Nani? Doko Coco. What can I click on? that will give me here. What? Okay, well, let's not do cocoa then. We have ginger. I'm pretty sure we have. Oh.
神社
Da.
だよ
Cocoa. Akai
赤い
mon. What type of mon are we talking about? Red. Oh, a gate. Yeah, we're talking about gate. Mon.
門赤い門
Oh, are they using cocoa for this as opposed to here? Possibly.
あるがよ赤い門があるよ
Okay, mon garu yo. And then
ここは神社だよここ
Okay.
はここは神社だよ
that's fine. Koko wa jinja dayo. In context, it would be here. This. Yeah, here in context. Fair enough. Okay. このバトン、このボタンを押すと、ね、押すと、青信号になります。I'm waiting for it to turn green. So what's my linguistic adventure about? Self-enrichment. It's about learning things. It's something I put off for a while. So we're just learning, developing routines, creating a habit. I think the ultimate goal is to create like a profile or something, or like a repertoire of things I can simplify into some sort of a manuscript or something, or like a social experiment, and maybe like a resume thing, or I don't know, qualifications for a later profession, possibly. Maybe when I turn 40. We got another 2 years before I turn 40. So all of this stuff, I might be able to like condense it down into like a resume or some sort of like a written book, you know, like a book that I would use to maybe go back into the service force somehow. But most of this involves an exercise in skill development, like a life skill development. And how can this life skill development and whatnot be transcribed to, I don't know, a diet, fitness, habit formation, that type of thing. I think it's a relatable thing, and it's something that is probably particularly in demand nowadays, where a lot of things on the internet, is prescriptory, right? Prescribed. And we kind of come from a different generation, Carson, you know, the generation where like we see some good ideas and I'm like, all right, I worked on my ideas for some time now, you know, my life's ideas. How can I take ideas and then use it to my benefit, not swim for other people's ideas, you know? Like the very common trend nowadays is to uproot one's life and embrace the best way to do everything that the internet slams in your face all the time. And I find the most common way, like the way like a demand for something in the future, not now, but more setting up for experience for the future, is so when does the pushback and the normalization of thinking for yourself, solving problems, critical thinking, like going through loops of self-improvement, comes back, like the demand for that. I don't know how you feel about the internet nowadays. Maybe like even I would love to ask Colin how he feels, and maybe even Jared about their child, how they're getting exposed to things. But nowadays it's like whatever is the new trend, young people at a very young age and going into adulthood, they would uproot their life entirely and constantly swim and uproot their life constantly to embrace the new thing. So they're constantly adapting to new things, but not learning to adapt while you're going along. Like, for example, if your business failed, right? For example, if you did something and you failed, what can you take to fail less in the future? It's not what you can do to prevent that. Right? Like, you're not looking to prevent anything in an ideal case. You're looking to do things and learn from them, regardless if they're suboptimal or not. So then you don't feel like you're always starting from zero, which the internet has normalized as the typical thing. Like, okay, you started learning, well, Collins is like 6 months, Jared might be 5. Oh, okay. So I got some time, but you know what I mean, right? Like, for example, I don't know if you heard about this, but recently there was a meta study, like people track children, like their viewing habits, and they noticed that certain children who are like from 1 years old to 2 years old, they have a communication deficit because they're very exposed to hyperly engaged to certain things that delay any incentive to do other things. So a communication delay. It's not, luckily for the sake of brevity, it's not a permanent thing, but there is delay in like communication, for example. So I often wonder, how old is the current generation now that they stop making problem solving skills for themselves? So like, for example, you and I, it might sound very obvious, perhaps I might be a little presumptuous, but it sounds obvious. If you do something and it doesn't work, you have learned all the things that haven't worked as well as all the things that does work. So the next time you go and do something, you take all the things that do work and you improve on the things or circumvent the things that don't work by looking for that. I think nowadays people solve problems by finding the exact problem that they have. Oh, I'm talking about yourself, like not the kids themselves, but you as already an adult that came from a different period in time, where it's not finding the solution and that's how the solution works. And then if the solution doesn't work, then you can't think about how to make it work. The social norm, and even for adults today, like older adults, I love the convenience, right? When was the last time you're like, I don't know how to do this, so I'm just gonna Google this, and then you follow just the solution, but not why or why this works. You're not concerned about that, because the fastest way to do things, right? The fastest way to solve problems is to just use the solution. So you're hoping, for most people, the normal way to solve a problem is you Google it and you hope that someone had the exact same problem you have, and then therefore they give you the solution without knowing why and how it works. So when it goes off the rails, when there's a kink in the solution that you encounter, they go and Google again and find that. Yeah, you see what you're saying. You see what I'm saying? There was less of a knowledge base to pull from. Oh my gosh, I just triggered my... Oh my gosh, I just triggered my Google Assistant, and they were explaining the exact concept of concern, where people are able to be very knowledgeable about things, but they have no application of how to apply the knowledge. So, like, I mean, Carson, you worked in IT, right? you gotta know that there are people who know lots of things, but man, is there a deficiency in applying the knowledge, and that's not a bad or a good thing. I think it's a normalizing thing, right? It's a convenient thing. So my goal is to tie it back to what's my linguistics adventure about. It's about doing whatever and making it work over time. Like, I could start off as the worst language learner in the entire galaxy, according to them. Yes, it's a very serious issue in technical fields. I recently decided maybe I should go back to Python and like do like a stint in Python, because software engineering is the more common language learning nowadays when it comes to applicable like pop culture things. But then I came across like vibe coding. We're not going to go into that can of worms, but let's just say you probably have came across that term at this point, and that is the can of worms that I'm talking about. And it finally got to the technical fields, but I almost feel like it has simmered and got exacerbated in nutrition, fitness, sleeping hygiene, decision making, like in general decision making. So I thought maybe when I'm like 50 years old, I would have something to say about it over time. This is probably one of the few times that I ever thought that maybe I'm playing the long game. I haven't played the long game in so long. What is the longest game I've ever played? A PhD in molecular biology. That's probably the longest. So this has only been going on for 2 years. And then before that, maybe like 5 years into the other related things. And they're coming around full circle. So I haven't been working on this very long in my life. It's an issue for customer relations. If anyone can look up anything, time frames of service are short. The turnaround time on issues are quick. Customers get very irritated when things take a long time, where downtime is long because it's a new problem. Yeah, they don't understand. Exactly. There's no practicality. There's no practical line of thinking, because you see the result. It's results oriented. There's no process thinking. You're not concerned with the day-to-day like the linkers between progress and like the process itself. So it's kind of funny you mentioned customer relations. I deliberately use that to my advantage when I have to call customer relations and customer support. I can't tell you how if I'm like a case study or something, but I tell you, when my parents come to me with an issue, my first thought is, all right, let me see if they have a phone number, right? And I would call, because in the end of the day, it not only expedites the frame of service when you're using a service that like other people don't use anymore. You can leverage the prevalence of irritation by contrasting it with being patient. And the last couple of times I've already done that, boy howdy, do customer service treat you well when you treat them well. Like my favorite story was when I called about like an insurance claim on like an appliance, right? And it was very clear that the person that I got was like having Thanksgiving dinner with their family. And after like an hour and a half or 2 hour conversation, I'm like, I think we should like hang out or something. But they ended up like taking care of the situation, but they also extended and expedited and compensated for stuff. You know, customers don't worry about process on the technical end. Indeed. They worry about productivity. Yep. Productivity versus non-productivity. Absolutely. Results based. They are results based concerns. right? Because they're not inherently involved in the process. How much money do we lose during our downtime with you, and how do we get reimbursed for that downtime? It's difficult. It really is. I understand. And hear me out. To make this relatable to your analogy here, productivity in linguistics, like when you're learning a language, is viewed in that point as well. How many, like for example in Japanese, how many kanji will you learn in a specific amount of time? It doesn't really matter what the nature of the method is. So on the internet, you're offered tons and tons of methods. Like we're talking about repackaging heuristics and like old theories being repackaged into new apps, lifetime subscriptions, and like masterclass, like $3,000 3-month crash course masterclass. They're not concerned about whether those things, they can identify if those things have characteristics and process that they can sustain or use in order to achieve that productivity. So what happens a lot of times is productivity, the promise of productivity and non-productivity results are what they make decisions on, and they will repeat that approach until they hit the jackpot. For me, I would counter argue that if you take a process-oriented approach to your learning, because you now are the learner, you are someone who's not only concerned about productivity, but about sustainability, the down periods, the up periods, how you manage all of these things. That's the life skill that you are involved. So in order to be consistently productive in, say, learning a language, it all comes down to money. That's the end all be all. We might have a philosophical like literal analogy here, but I would tend to be able to concede with that idea. Money in terms of value. Oh, you mean in business? Yeah, that's fair enough. But what I mean is, well, life skills is money too, but that currency is different, if you know what I mean. So like, you know, the proverbial time is money. Well, if you combine life skills and business, time and money are unified. So it doesn't have to be literal money, but it's also the perception of value. So self-value or an organizational value. Life skills is the individual value, and business is the organizational value. So though one of the most normalized value system for business across a large organization is money, but for life it's time. So then when you talk about like linguistics, it's time. How long does it take you to become fluent in Japanese? That is the productivity versus non-productivity question. For me, I don't care how long it takes me to become fluent in Japanese. I'm enjoying how to learn Japanese. That's it. If I become fluent, that's fine. If I don't become fluent, that's fine too. I'm more likely to be successful if I actually focus on what's happening while learning Japanese than figuring out how this person has guaranteed me that I'd be fluent in 6 months, and it doesn't happen. So that's probably what I'm talking about, right? That's sadly not the soup you swim in. Wish it was. Yeah, it's certainly it. And the reason why I feel like you can relate probably is if you choose a dimension of skill, like say not the technical aspect, then I would shop in that way too. Like for example, I'm perfectly guilty of food, for example. Oh, this food says it has these macros. I'm like, all right, give me another food with more of these macros. I don't care if it's like from what is my unit cost and whatnot, you know, the process, and if it's organic or ingredient. I just want my macros. So productivity, right? You can even view caffeine intake like that. Oh, it's 200 mgs. All right, that's fine. Whatever gets me the 200 mgs quickly. So that can happen. I mean, I don't consume caffeine all that much, but I'm trying to get like a there are other dimensions of life and stuff that I focus on productivity and results as well, and not necessarily consider like what goes into making it. Like your smartphone, probably, like my smartphone, and that can create like bits of emotional disposition. But yeah, I totally get the whole money thing though, considering that you're also in it, like in that management system of a business. So are you like are you like an owner, or are you like a manager? How does that work now? Oh, okay. So yes, okay. Intriguing. But you're also talking about your IT job. Yeah, I imagine you were talking about your IT job earlier. And then you mean even the business comment. I see. So even the business comment, huh? I thought it was more so your current business entrepreneur experience. You are involved in that type of logistics as well in your IT job. Interesting. I figure like maybe you chill. Oh, you're the manager for both. Oh, I see. Yikes. Okay. Well, I mean, I suppose that's your most experienced skill set. Boy, you manage people or manage things. Yeah, I don't have much experience with managing people.
ボタン
I usually am mostly concerned about how to get people to do things. Like not in the sense of managing them, but how to get them to be proactive. Like exploratory. So almost in a way, sure, it's kind of management, but it's more like unhinged. Like make them more likely to explore as opposed to getting them in order, like putting more order in them, in a sense. So when you look at how the doctors read studies versus downtime versus system performance over a year, it all makes a dent into profit. Hence that drives all of our decisions. Oh, yeah, I can see that. Interesting. Doctors read studies versus downtime versus system performance. That seems like a very pragmatic way, yeah. Efficient way, and very agnostic as well. Productivity. I don't know enough about like management to know if is there like a juggle for like forward investment per se. I'm not even sure if forward investment is the term that I would use to communicate this. But does like future ventures or like brainstorming, like what do you call it, like think tanking ever, is that ever part of the equation? Or down to this click takes me a minute, that minute every study takes so many hours, how do we get rid of that click? Ah, okay, I see. Fair enough. That is a hyper objectified world you live in. Yeah, we definitely are swimming. We are definitely swimming in different soups in this case. Yeah, I'm basically going the other direction at this point. More like going in the other direction and then doing that. Then going in the other direction and doing that. So iterating, optimizing, then expanding. But generally speaking, like most people are very normalized to iterating and optimizing. Iterating and optimizing. Rarely do they expand. So that's probably what I was alluding to. I don't imagine there's like forward investment or like a consideration for exploratory or emergent investment in future, like innovation or something like an R&D that factors into it. It's more like iterate and optimize, refinements, more iteration, more optimization. Like TikTok for doom scrolling. Incredibly efficient. Behaviorally. Oh, how do I not have you right now? I still don't have the read for this. Really? No, I do have it. Oh, it's listed under Oshi. Wait, I don't have a read for this yet. Now I do. Ah, okay. Now I do.
Ao.
Oh, Shingo.
信号、青信号。
Red light, blue light. Red light, blue light. Do I have Narimas to become? I don't think so. So I have to... The forward investment in your case would be finding a way to rid yourself of that click with a system that also rid us of standardized impressions. Like this broken arm looks the same all the time and is described the same way 99%. How do we make that appear without a doctor intervention? Oh, okay. Which we have found and you're working more and more to improve. Okay. I see. Forward investment, but and while double downing on interesting. Yeah, efficiency. How do I say become? Is there... Oh, I see become. There it is.
なります。
Oh, I still need to.
と
Oh, I don't have everything yet. Okay. ボタンを押すと青い信号が長くなります。Not long. You press the button and green light, it will become green. Not long and it will become green. Or blue, or it's blue. It's a blue light, guys. Blue lights. Red light, blue light. Okay. Botan. I keep saying baton. Botan.
ボタン
Botan. 押す
を
青信号。
青信号
You rather make beer and watch people get drunk off of your creation, fulfilling and also just funny? Yeah, I would say I'm doing a lot of that lately. For now. But I do miss... This is probably the grass is greener kind of situation maybe. I do miss contributing to a larger organization, be it business or not. I do quite miss discovering things and contributing it to a larger cause. MAKU. I guess we can nagai this. Oh my gosh, please.
が
The naru. Oh, that's not under naru. I guess it's under us for now.
なります
And is that in your future maybe? How's your schedule? How's your life schedule looking? Is that in the near future?
と
Life of fulfillment. Okay.
学生がいるね。
学生がいるね. I guess it's talking about peeps. Can I just whoop? No, I can't. I have to do this.
学生
学生いる
いるがね学生がいるね
学生がいるね.
道渡る？
渡る。
渡る. Oh yeah. 道渡る. 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 Cross the road? Question mark. Yeah, 道. Oops.
道
Oh, ooh, understand. Wataru or cross. Cross. Where do we get cross at? Oh, there's it. For you this whole time, I think you think it's been creating some like something tangible that you can share. Ones and zeros doing what I think they should are cool, but no one sees it. It just works. Making a physical product has been very cool. We'll see on the permanent brewing stuff. Depends on the budget allows you. Ooh, you're teasing. This is very tease. Susan is heavily involved in everything, so it's awesome. Aww. I'm glad to hear that you two are having like combined investments in project. Ooh, a physical product. Let me know. I would love to see. Okay, hear me out. I said this before, Carson. It would be a great honor and privilege to be that guy. And what kind of guy is it? It's that guy who goes around and say, you see that thing right there? That thing that you're using? I know that guy. And that's all I wanted to do in life. Like that's one of my favorite rewards. Like I'm in that situation now. That's kind of how I feel. So I hope you end up being that guy. You know, one day I'm like, hey, you want to hear something cool? I know that guy, and that guy explained to me, like I get to share someone that I want to be that would be really cool. It's kind of like starting a family, sort of. Hear me out. Like it, you know, I don't have a little one or a significant other, but I would love to say like, hey, you know what? My significant other, that's what they did. I know that person, or like I'm married to that person, or something like, you see that kid out there? That's, you know, I know that kid. That's my kid, or something like that. Or so I'm really excited when you're saying you can't tease me like that, making a really physical product. But hear me out. If it works, right? I want to be a friend of a person who's made something happen. that's choice right there. That's where I get the satisfaction. So if your like brewery or something becomes like a domestic hit, I totally want to be the one saying like, you know what? I was friends with that guy, or I am friends with that guy. You know what I mean? You're welcome at the brewery anytime, buddy. Seriously, you can tell me what you want to come up. Okay, okay. Can you text me again the brewery? Like later on, whenever you have time, and then I think you showed me an image of like a something before, but it wasn't here for whatever reason. And then, yeah. Wataru. So understand. Where do I get understand from? Oh no, cross. No, we're looking for cross. Crossing.
渡る
Yeah, that works.
道渡る
That another wataru, not that wataru. Okay. How do I yes something? Maybe this is just filler and we're just wataru it?
渡る
Yeah.
渡る
Wataru. Alright. So, what do we have? Oh, this is probably wataru. Yeah. Watatte. Watatte kudasai.
ください
青信号。
青信号
え
で
Eh? Wait, what's the day? Thursday. Okay. That is a wonky looking polar bear. Oh, Haku Kuma. Makes sense. White bear or Shirokuma. Huh. Be considered separate. So Shirokuma.
お花取らないで。
お花取らないで。取らないで。それがお花。
お花
ああ。取らないで。取らないで。取らないで。Oh. Hey.
虎
取ら。Oh. Then ないで don't take.
ないで取らないでお花取らないで
取らないで。Tora, what is Tora for? Take? I got several takes. One's Tora. Oh, this is conjugated too. Tori. Oh, it's Tori. Not Tori. Toru. Yeah, Toru. Namabiru. Is that Namabiru? No, that's not Namabiru. Just kidding. Wait. Farm? Wait, home? Oh, black. Oh, yeah, that's right. Hiro. Wait, I guess it would just be like Kuro biru.
ビール
Ne? Stout beer. Kuro biru. Speaking of beer,
黒い猫だ。
Kuroi neko da. There's the black cat.
猫
Neko. That's a good one to know. Yeah, right. Kurobiru. Kuroi. So we have black. Kuroi. I don't have kuroi yet. I just have kuro. Yeah, it makes
黒い
sense. Now I have kuroi. Da.
だ黒い猫だ
Kuroi neko da.
黒い車があるね。
タクシーだよ。
Taxi da yo. Kuroi kuruma. Kuroi kuruma ga aru ne. Taxi. Kuroi.
黒い
Kuruma.
車
Aru works.
あるがね黒い車があるね
And we have taxi. Man, I'm envious. You're so bad at languages. For every moment I'm learning my language, you are doing the beer, the brewing thing, right? You know a little Polish from growing up? That's interesting. Polish. I thought maybe you might have Irish or something, right? I'm sure you know some of that too, right? You've always given me the impression about the whole Irish thing as well. Or is that not a thing? I feel like that was something.
タクシー
You know a little Gaelic, but when your grandfather's father came here, he spoke English. Oh, okay. Yeah, I finally understand. Like, I'm finally able to read a lot of things in Chinese, like in Mandarin. It's still not the language that me and my parents speak, like the dialect that me and my, but it's kind of wonderful now that I can use it as a backdrop to explain things to my parents. Like, maybe I can't pronounce it or something, but I can write it, and that's kind of neat. And then sometimes, like, if they need to read something and say, what does this mean? I'm like, well, you can write in Mandarin and then I can translate it in English, right? It's kind of rewarding. It's quite lovely. I'm not sure about Polish resources. Gaelic, definitely probably not, but Polish resources might be pretty interesting. It's fun. I think it's fun, but maybe not so much for someone who's juggling so much already. Yeah, you got skills that I can't even comprehend what you actually do on a daily basis. You know, Old Polish though is not as current dialect. I see. Yeah, I think it has its rewards, especially with parents. But I don't imagine. Do you have anyone in your immediate family that continues to speak a different language? Like, it's mandatory in my immediate family, so it has a share of its rewards next to all the things that I enjoy about learning another language, which probably you and I don't share the same interest in terms of like the reward sensation from doing this. Hence why obviously you have different hobbies than I do. Your grandmother's father spoken is more gypsy, even though you can't say that now. Your grandmother still says it and is proud of the heritage. That's understandable. That's understandable. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a lot of social tension, right? And quite a lot of social tension.
Da yo taxi da yo.
Taxi da yo. You know me. I'm that I always find this a funny stereotype. I'm that guy that sits around and someone just looks at me and say, dude, I bet that guy never lifted a power tool in his life. Like, he probably doesn't even know how to fix his roof. And I'd be like, yep, I have all this excess excess things, but they don't manifest into products. Like, I'm not a craftsman, so you're a craftsman, and I can tell you now that's incredibly humbling to know someone who's a craftsman, who has a I've got, what is it, artisan skills. I do not have any artisan skills. I think the closest thing I can get to is probably artwork. That's probably the closest tangible thing, until I maybe, I don't know. I haven't produced anything at all, like something to contribute. And you do it every day. So yeah, cheers for the humbling comparison. Brewing is half science, half nature is cool. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Maybe in a different lifetime, I might embrace something like that. I would say language learning is a gateway to managing great fitness, but that's kind of like, there's a language learning is like half fitness, a half lifestyle, and half science. Which, if you think of lifestyle, it's nature too. So like, learning a language is half science and half nature. And for people who have use for it, of course. A lifestyle that requires the use of that language. For me, not so much. Not so much. Not the same.
白クマいるかな
Shirokuma. Can I just like Shirokuma this? No.
クマ
Shirokuma. Oops. Wait. No, that's fine. What the heck? I don't have Shiro yet? Oh no. It's funny when you put it that way. People ask me when beers are going to be ready. I always say when they tell me. That's cute. Yeah. I'll give you like an empathy here for analogy. When someone tells me when is the right time to learn a language, when you're ready. Right? So when is a great time? When am I gonna learn a new language? Whenever you tell yourself you're going to learn a new language. That's it. Like, I there's no like, I don't have control over this. Like, what do you want? You just fill it out, let nature take its course, I suppose. And then, bolstered by science, right? There's only so much science involved in that type of thing. And I kind of love it. I think having a hobby that isn't all science and isn't all nature, you know what I mean? Like, you have some semblance of control, so you kind of feel like you're in it, but at the same time there's also that special nature of discovering things. Like, well, this turned out really well. Like, that was funnily disastrous. But the idea is, it can get very boring when you're micromanaging and being able to see everything happen exactly as predicted day in and day out. And at the same time, it can be incredibly chaotic and stressful when there's no control. But having a hobby that is kind of, oh yeah, I like getting into the deep things, and then there's that wild card element. That sounds pretty. You're ever entertained? Yeah, there's a moment where it's like, what's going to happen? Well, on paper, this, in actuality, we'll see what it tastes like. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, and you have taste. You see, that's pretty sweet. Having that visceral element of taste. What do I have here? The closest sensation I have is hearing, probably. For those who are not hearing impaired, it's probably hearing and seeing, because it's all about writing and hearing someone sound different, right? I don't even know what it's like to be on the other end nowadays. I actually legitimately don't have any personal So, Carson, this is not like I'm trying not to peer pressure you, but I don't have any friends. I don't have any friends who would ever think, oh yeah, let's just learn another language because we can. So none of my colleagues speak another language, so I don't have this experience where like, oh man, you sound so interesting when you're speaking in another language. So it's just me for the time being. So that's kind of the hearing expectation that I hear. If you suddenly just break out into a different language, I would be so fascinated. But that's a different world, right? But tasting is also that element where you taste it, huh? Well, now that is interesting. It's kind of like hearing people play music. Like some of my friends play music. The music they create is, wow, well, that's different. You know, it's funny. You have a buddy learning Japanese because he loves anime and the culture. Yeah, that is pretty much the last. It summarizes like the last year of meeting people, especially on the Japanese side of things. Anime, and culture, or a donghua, right? Donghua and benjo. Well, benhua culture, yeah, or bunka and anime. Interesting. So you have those friends. IT friend? Is it an IT related friend? I'm starting to like do a little statistical profiling here. Okay, I see. How long do you ever have you ever, like, is this a close friend? I'm kind of curious now. My spidey sense are tingling and wondering how well you know this buddy. And asking them about how they're going about their Japanese studies. This is what I talk about like day in, day out, and read about and whatnot. How do can I get, is there any white source here? I don't have a white source. Hold. Can I white source you? Oh, yes, I can white source you.
白クマいるかな？
白クマいるかな？え？
いるかな。白クマいるかな。
いるかな？ Yeah, you say so. Known him for a few years. You think he's using a game or something that tracks points? Ah, okay. If he's using a game, then it's probably either Bushu or Duolingo. If it's tracking points. Possibly. I don't think Babbel and all the other ones do a game tracking system. But that would be really interesting. Duolingo sounds right. Yeah, that sounds about right. I would love to have like someone personable learn another language, because I love to, that's what I've been doing for a while. And it's kind of like when someone asks you, you know, a friend comes up to you, right? They know nothing about beer and they're like, hey, Carson, I have like 3 hours and I'm just gonna like drink this beer that you're giving me here. Can you explain to me? And then you're like, do you have time? Like, you know, do you have time? And it's like, oh, okay. That's kind of how I feel about language questions nowadays. Yeah, he's a cool dude. You remember Rajik? Rajik? I'm not sure. He's been on stream before. That's a slippery slope question. Yeah, you know what I mean though, Carson? Like, you want to say a lot, but you also don't want to say a lot because you might come off strong. But then if you don't come off strong, you're not being serious about it. That's the element of having a lifelong hobby, and you're just like it's kind of like asking someone like a fan of Pokemon, right? You're asking the person like, hey, can you show me your collection of Pokemon? And they're on the one hand, they're going to explode in excitement. On the other hand, they're like, oh man, but if I come off too strong, then like they might not get it. It's like, what if they don't get it? But at the same time, you're like, oh my gosh, like I need to tell you this stuff. Yeah, you always ask, do you want the brewery brewery answer or the bar answer? Exactly. And that's I would say that question, those two questions that you just asked, I do both of them. So I start with the bar answer and then proceed with the brewery answer. And I've been doing that for the last year and a half, or any time. Like, okay, so the short answer, like for brevity's sake, maybe the trendy answer that people are looking for, here it is. And then 3 hours later, I'm done with the brewery answer. It's like asking my wife, do you want a possible solution or do you want to vent right now? Yes, yes, yes. Or like, what is a more masculine like response? Do you want the skippy? Do you want the down low? Or do you want the nerdgasm? Like the nerdy take on this? Because the nerdy take is going to take 6 hours. But if you want the like distilled like time is business thing, I'll give you that. But if you want the nerd version, it's gonna take the whole day. Do you have time to have a drink? Like maybe we can just go and crack open a cold one and then we can talk shop version, you know? Right? Like do you want the car salesman pitch, or do you want to go back and break out a few cold ones? And yeah, you'll need a whiteboard, two more people. Yeah. Hold on. Let me. It's like can we do you have time? I gotta set up. Like, just come back with me. Like I gotta set up here. So for me, since it's online most of the time, I break out a pen, right? So I break out a pen, I start writing and I start drawing graphs, right? Explaining graphs. Unfortunately, when I'm playing a video game, usually when I'm learning something else, it's on a website. So I would draw and write on the website. And every like 100 days, I would spend like a 3 or 4 hour bit on writing. Like that's what I do now. I talk shop every once in a while, and then whenever someone asks a question, except for video games because you can't overlay the video game very efficiently, I break out a pen and we start drawing graphs, like graphs, boxes, arrows pointing to arrows, and then after if someone drops in, it's like chaos. But if you followed me the whole time in that 6 hours things, it's like, oh, I get it. And then you look back, it's like, wow, if someone drops in at any time of this spiel, it's gonna look like chaos. But that's kind of like having a hobby, you know? That's one of those things. I think that is the quintessential moment that you realize you have a hobby and a potential addiction problem. But that's if the hobby is sustainable, then it's a great hobby to have for life, you know? Hopefully your brewery hobby is sustainable and it doesn't get like super massive to the point where you don't ever fall out of love with a hobby. As long as I've ever known you, I don't think you've ever quit this hobby. If it doesn't kill you first. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I think my hobby... Man, you haven't laughed that hard in a while. Well, okay, hear me out. There's a bigger picture to all of this, right? I actually am seeking potential skill development and certification in doing like executive function stuff. So underlying all of this is the ability to speak in a way that engages someone so that it can act as a form of consultation. So learning a language can be very cathartic in that, or designing a video game or designing an app that deals with life decision making and stuff. So the idea is, the whole bigger scheme of things is, how can I go into a room and show people that you can move people and make people feel better about themselves, and maybe get them to do things with just your words, right? Just your words. Words have been very cheap lately, I would have to say. Like, it goes without saying, sometimes I think people stop even believing that words can move people to emotions and hand gestures and whatnot. So I kind of think that in another 3 or 4 years time can be a very rewarding thing to make people want to do amazing things. That's awesome, dude. It's just hearing someone talk about something as passionate is both refreshing and validating. People with truly passionate hobbies, right? It's visceral. It's very visceral. Regrettably, I don't have that response. You have a better response than the vast majority of people that I have encountered recently. And to me, that's a little disheartening and also sobering. It's a sobering and yet disheartening realization that when I make these comments, I would love to know that other people have something in their lives that also elicit that response. But that's rarely the case. So far, at least between people who are in the Gen Z demographic, like age group, they are like, yo, dude, my life is so boring. Like, I just don't know what to do. Everything is just so dull, and like, what's the point of doing things? That's the type of conversation that I typically have. And sometimes they'd be like, oh, I like doing this, which would be like learning Japanese, but I don't know if I like it in a way that what you're saying now, where the passionate is both refreshing and validating. Like, they don't speak about it in that manner. It's not even clear to me that they give me any indication that when I talk about something passionately, that they are able to also be relating to that. So things that people like, I'm not even sure if they like it. It might be because it's popular and other people like it, and therefore you should like it. Like, no one told you that brewery is the, bee's knees before it was the bee's knees for you, at least in my opinion, in the way that you like it now, right? However, in this day and age, it's kind of difficult to know when you have someone who says they really love something and they complain about the thing that happens 90% of the time doing the thing. Like, it would be, taking your example, a brewery. It's like, man, I hate it when I get to taste the beer. Like, well, that happens. What? That's part of the... What? If you know what I mean. Like, so both the good, the bad, or the things, the idiosyncrasies, they all culminate into like, nah, but I love this. As opposed to day in and day out, they wrestle with the day in and day out. They legitimately share with me their gripes with inherently the thing they like. And I don't think when you talk about beer, you're constantly telling me, like, immediately you're telling me, like, oh, I like brewing, but it's all this. I like brewing, but all this. But all this sucks. Well, here's a small... You've never said I more so than to say I am trying to get better at this to give to other people. That I believe is the common ground between us. It's, for me, has always been watching someone else enjoy what I made. You want someone else to glean something from what you create. I think that's the difference. The enjoyment others get fed. You want to do more and to perfect it. I see. Yeah. Yeah. You just want... Very well put. You've never done it for just you. That's fair. Yeah. It's kind of funny you say you've never done it for just you. I don't even know if that's possible for me anymore. I actually make this like counter argument for people as a way to sober it up. Like there's not much, like I can't distinguish between it makes me feel good to see that happen, you know, the thing that you want someone to glean something from what you create and think that's the difference, and the enjoyment of others, that right. I can't distinguish that from if I'm doing it for myself because it makes me happy. You see what I mean? Right? Like in the end of the day, it makes me happy that I see that. But at the same time, that's my consensus. Like that's my way to empathize with people who are at a younger age still trying to self-develop. They are trying to get into a period where they understand themselves well enough, which is becoming later and later in life, where they understand themselves well enough that they can want to decide to make something in order for other people to enjoy, and in that way reflect upon themselves. I think there's already so much delay in even figuring that part out yet. Like we're talking about like mid-20s and still not really sure if they have a clear vision or like something they're working towards on how to get self-satisfaction while also being concerned with giving or the enjoyment of other, like sharing a piece of you with everyone. For myself, I don't even know how to do the other thing anymore. Like I don't even know how to study for self-satisfaction anymore. Like it's not like I would be lying if I said I started Japanese because I wanted to be great at Japanese so I could show off to everyone, like, or engage. And I wanted to learn Japanese because I want to see what other people are doing. I want to relate to other people. It's a little I'm not sure if we're in the same place on this, but it gets a little boring when you're gotten so used to yourself. So I spend a large majority of my time not entertaining myself, in the sense that it's a means to an end where I get to, oh, we are? Yeah. Like I want to know what makes other people happy, and I also want to do that as well, like be able to do that. So in order to do that, I have to actually do what they do, like understand the stuff. So whenever I was talking about that whole nerdy thing and stuff, I'm trying to get in connection with that anymore. I don't think I personally in myself had that much of a passion until I got closer to other people, like people who are truly passionate, which you're no different. Like in my opinion, in a great, fantastic way, you're kind of one of the reasons. My best friends, like my best friends from college, they have been doing the 40K thing since they have done the 40K thing for like 80% of their lives, and they're still operating and they're still expanding and operating on them. They upkeep a regular zine, a blog that's older than many people are alive that are interested in that. So and I'm trying to uphold that too in some way. Learning has been something that transcended everything for me. You've seen people light up when you can communicate smoothly in an environment where they may not otherwise get that. It's a very cool moment. Yeah. Yeah. It'd be great. Like, hey, if you bring the you know, damage control. Let's just say damage control. I think we can totally partner up in damage control. Like, it's like, hey, Carson, I heard this guy, like, a terrible string of bad luck. Do you happen to, like, have a cold one for this very specific situation? I'll bring my words and you'll bring your beer. Let's go. Let's tag team and bring this person back from, like, this corner of despair that they have about their life. That sounds amazing. Okay, let's go grab another person. Like, let's grab this person, and then you just, like, form an A team where if you see people down, you change that. That is the most rewarding thing in to describe, like, what I live for. And I think being able to cook and make something and brew is also has that incredible like, reward where you're like, you make people happy. I think it's so fantastic. World and linguistics, you're here for it. Yeah, just save the world. Happy people are electric. I'm such a sucker for happy people. If there's something that I'm guilty for doom scrolling, it's watching people being happy with their animals, like their pets, right? Their family members, their other family members. It's just, so I want more of that. We just need more of that. Happiness is, I sound like one of those what, like 80s like portrayal of, like, the pseudo psychologist, like the feel doctor, and it's like, just spread happiness. I think the world needs more happiness. more genuine happiness, not gaslit happiness, like no, like, placebo happiness. We're talking about true happiness, things that aren't bound by some sort of metric. But of course, that's an uphill battle. That's definitely an uphill battle. Someone literally told me, maybe 2 or 3 times, and these are anecdotes from people, what is the point of doing anything in life if someone else is better at it? Like, I'm paraphrasing. I think that person used stronger words than that. I'm like, it's your life. That is the point. I mean, like, I can't be any more pedantic than that or straightforward than that. Like, taste something. Go out and feel something. Like, eat something, drink something, hear something, see something, right? And it really does come down to, like, they don't feel anything. Like, they don't feel joy anymore, or the capacity for joy, which, ooh, tough times. It takes a lot of, like, I don't know how you even go about trying to rehabilitate. It sounds as dire as it. I'm not even sure if I'm being as serious as that person is. It's to the point where I'm not even sure if that person's as serious. Like, I don't think can a person be like that. But over the couple years of interacting with people online, I feel like it might be more common than one would think. Like, you don't even like sleeping? It's like, no, I hate sleeping. Sleeping is the worst. I'm like, oh, okay. Because, you know, back in our day, Carson, now we're just old folks. Back in our boomer days, the other boomer days, you even have people who are lazy, but they still at least enjoy something. Like, they enjoy staying in bed, or they enjoy eating ice cream. They're like, it's crazy to think that there is a significant number of people who prefer to sit there and like drift, as opposed to, if I were to say travel back in time, like back into out, like before the pre-internet things, that type of behavior or that type of thinking would raise a lot of red flags. It would raise quite a lot of red flags for like well-being situations. That's the point, though, to find the person that's better, learn their method, and get better than them. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the points. Exactly. Do you think it's the comparison that makes them unwilling to try? It is. Or it's one of the major factors. When someone really early look at a very specific value system, so they have limited skills, right? Limited value system very early on. If they are exposed to what can be or what is already existent, they are less likely to tackle that pursuit. So if you start off knowing all these things, it's less and less likely they're willing to start it. So if you tell someone early on, like, oh, they want to dedicate their early life to learning Japanese, and you start with, here's all the things you need to know to master Japanese, and then here's all the people you have to beat along the way, because this person learned it in a year, this person learned it in 9 months, this person learned it in 6 months. Immediately that becomes the point of robbing all the joy. Comparison is the theft of joy, as they say nowadays. It's a very trendy like cliche idiom going around. Comparison is the theft of joy. It's weird because there's no comparison at different levels. You don't compare a pro basketball player to someone in middle school. When did that start? Exactly. Time process is gone, in my opinion. A lot of times the process is eliminated, as in there's no appreciation for time gap between what is then, what is now, and what will be, and what was. It's, I am aware someone has this capacity. They are a genius. They are 1 in a million lifetime. I am not that 1 in a million lifetime. What's the point if I can't be the best? What's the point of learning a language if I can't learn it the fastest way? It's not worth my time if I can't do it the fastest way and the best way. And because of that, it destroys it. Yeah, it's a dangerous outlook. I agree. I'm not sure how dangerous it is from the perspective of their peers. So what I mean is, like, if we're 20 again, right? If we're 20 now and we lived up on the internet, I'm not sure how relatable that is amongst that. But for me, it sounds dangerous. It sounds like someone who will eventually sit in the corner and feel like nothing is worth doing anymore. Nihilism is there. But they don't feel like they belong anywhere because everyone else is better than them. It's like, well, everyone is working on, the people that you are looking at are people who are working on it, but they didn't necessarily start by saying or working on it because they knew someone was better. They worked on it because it gives their life meaning and value a lot of times, right? It gives them reward and whatnot. So instead, something that takes that place is doom scrolling. If you don't want to do anything, you can just scroll and watch how everyone else live their lives as opposed to you living your life. And that's one of the things that the government is trying to decide, you know, like other people are trying to decide what is the exposure that you can get early in life. When is that a situation? Oh well, now we have to bring in how people are raised to think outside of when real peer influence takes effect, but that's a discussion for someone way above your thought process. Yeah. Like, think of, here's like one rhetoric that I think about at night. How can you get someone to not normalize that their value system is dependent on the opinions of everyone online. So what I mean by that is, it's kind of like a, let's talk about money, right? There's that situation where to make money, you need money, right? But in this case, to be noticed or being impressive, so to be achieving, you have to wield the opinion of other people, but that other people is also the source of them not achieving. And that's the cyclic answer, the cyclic question that I feel the new generation, the older like Gen Z and Gen Alpha are tackling right now. How do you start wanting to achieve things when the thing that gives you feedback on achieving those values is dependent on the very source of the inability to do it in the first place? Not possible, and that's the only influence accepted by the generation in question. Yeah. If the majority places their worth there, then that's sadly what it's going to be. Yeah. I don't think this is like pervasive enough. Like, what I mean is, what I'm describing is a very pre-selected group of people. They know a lot. They know a lot, actually. Their knowledge base is so much that it has created a deterrence to doing things. And that to me is more like jamming 60-year-old worth of knowledge into a 18-year-old that should be willy-nilly going about experimenting and occasionally getting more knowledge, but through experience and knowledge. Like, they more sound like 70-year-olds who's done everything because they already know everything and they just don't want to do anything. But 70-year-olds had a lifetime of happiness, like seeking and problem solving. But if you jam 70 years of knowledge into like an 18-year-old, then they stop being interested in doing things because they already know. What's the point if they already know that? And they didn't get, in my opinion, some of these people didn't get the opportunity to say, oh, I'll do it, because you don't know. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know until you taste the beer. Just because you know something and it's likely to happen doesn't stop you from doing it. Yeah, they can read it, but do they really understand it? Yeah, regurgitation is different from understanding. Yeah, wisdom is different from knowledge. So we're talking about wisdom here. But what you said, they already know, they don't really know. They don't. And that's kind of the thing about the internet. It makes you, in my opinion, it makes you think you know everything. Right? And combined it with naivety, combine it with children. You remember those, like, when you are surrounded by kids and they're like, I'm the best in the world, right? That naivety. But now combine it with actual knowledge, right? The knowledge that's offered by the internet, and they might actually go very early in stage in life and say, I already know all this. There's no point in doing this. Like, well, there's experience. Experience is not the same as knowledge. So I would say one of the hot takes that I typically do is I want to encourage people to do more and know, and not to worry about knowing more. There's a place and time to know more, but you know enough. I think that's the phrase I would say. Know enough to do more. Not know too much and do nothing. Until you're like 70 or 80. Like, come on. Like, let's be real. If I'm 70 or 80, I'm good enough. I'm good to go. Like, I'm not going to be doing everything. Like, if I'm 70 or 80, I'm not going skydiving. I don't care. I'm not going skydiving or something like that. But man, when you're 18 years old, it changes the meaning. It changes the meaning of go out and touch grass. And then I'm not even talking about literally go out and touch grass. I'm talking about literally go and do something. it can transform your life, right? The thing can transform your life. If you like this thing, go do it for a little bit. No more comparisons. Yeah, it used to be read about what you're getting into, but do it to form your own opinion. Exactly. Or even get your own take. Nowadays, it's to be convinced of an opinion and only get into it based on a well-researched opinion by someone else. So, like, you have to be convinced to do something from the opinion of another person. So like, hey guys, by the way, this beer, best beer ever. This place, 4.5 stars. It's like, all right, let's go. I'm convinced. That's good enough. Like 4.5 stars, I'm not convinced. Let's go to this place that has twice the number of reviews, 5 stars. I'm convinced. Let's go to that one. And even if they don't like it, they are more likely to like it because it's 5 stars. Now, I'm not saying this is like all or none, but I'm talking about this is far more pervasive than back in the day where like, wait, has anyone ever gone to this place? Like, how do we know? Or, oh, for sure, you tell me it's 2 stars. I want to see why. Exactly. You struck the oil in the review. If someone is so dramatically, I want to know what's going on. Like 1 star, what happened? Now I'm even more curious than I've ever been. So that's kind of not the stuff anymore. It's I don't have conversations like that with people. It's like, oh, hey, I heard this is garbage. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that. That's not happening. Like there's no part, like, hear me out. If you ask them, why are you not going to touch it? Like, what I mean is, you can see 1 star and then you can say, oh, I see other red flags based on my experience. That's why I'm not going to touch it on top of that. But instead, nowadays, it's more like, oh, I have no experience with that. But it also says 1 star, so I'm never going to touch that. Right? Like, sometimes you're like, huh, I've eaten enough burgers to know that ain't no way some of these things are true. So now I'm really curious what the heck is going on. So I would still go and ascertain it based on my experience, because I have experience. But they, like, you don't do this anymore. In fact, when it comes to language learning, especially Japanese, there are people who tell me things about the thing that I'm using that is not gonna, that's just not true. Like, for example, if you're a brewer, right? If you're a brewer, you're a seasoned brewer, right? Someone comes up to you and say, oh, I read that, and then they just Google, I read a lot of Wikipedia articles and say like, oh yeah, you're wrong about this because that's what this says. It's like, but I make, you know, your first thought is, but I make this beer. Like, I know what goes into it. Like, are you telling me that? So, in Japanese, what I get a lot of times is I get people telling me what someone else said was terrible about the thing I was using, and then they make up confirmation bias on, oh, I heard or I know that this is not true and it doesn't exist. And I'm like, what do you think I'm doing right now? Like, here, let me show you how it's here, because I actually used the thing. So I can understand why other people think it's bad, but you, the person that's talking, do not know why it's bad, because you took someone's opinion and you iterate on just the opinion. You didn't form the opinion yourself. So whenever if I ask you to explain, you do not explain it. You iterate and regurgitate what you heard from someone else. I'm okay if someone can explain to me why they think it's bad because they have experience and understanding. It's different when they just tell me that someone else said that and therefore it's true. It's like, well, it's no different than listening to me. right? It's no different than listening to me and telling you that. So it's whoever has the more influence, whoever has the bigger following, that they get trust unconditionally. They're not even the least bit curious about where the opinion comes from, at least in my opinion. You've had that. Usually I say, okay, so here's how we do it. And it's very possible they did it that way. I'll look into it. And I actually do. Yeah. Like, for example, what's a good one? Someone said like, oh, did you know that you don't have to study very long to practice a language? You can do it in 1 hour, only 1 hour every day. I'm like, okay. All right. Can you explain to me how that process works? And they're like, oh well, this guy described their whole routine. It's like, but did you do it? Like, can you explain to me how it works? And they'd be like, well, he has this program here. I'll link it to you. And I'm like, no, I'm not interested. See, like, I'm not interested in that person's opinion. That person, like, maybe I've heard this person already, but I'm interested in how you are informing me about this. Like, I trust a person that I'm actually talking to who demonstrates that they have experience. So it's very different from telling me, oh, this is this guy's work, and you're just iterating on their opinions, but you have no understanding of what their method or however they go about it. And then you come and tell me that this is the best thing for me. And you know what's even worse than that? People give advice now without even knowing who they're advising. It's kind of like I go into a bar and I assume the bartender know less than me because I read a lot of bar things. So I walk in and I'm like, this bartender couldn't possibly know more than me because I spent so much time researching. And then like you go up to like a brewer, it's like, hey, I know all these tips and tricks from this like influencer, and I bet you don't know any of these. I'm like how can that be? Did you even ask the person? That, in my opinion, is the most common interaction I have when you're learning something and doing something, when you're sharing. Admittedly, unlike maybe your situation, people see me learn things, but that's how they come to those conclusions. If I'm learning something, it's like they assume I never learned anything before. It's weird. It's kind of like, hey, you've drank beer, so you couldn't have possibly have drank milk before, or juice, or coffee, or tea. Not that, I'm not even sure if you drink tea or coffee, but you can't make that assumption. 6, just in too deep. Usually for me is some dude who is 6 deep, so I take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, I can't tell you how many people describe to me how to properly learn, and they described they said they hate formal education, right? They hate formal education, they hate going to school and that kind of thing. But after a while, when they describe their little like trendy realization of how they're learning, they described formal education, or they describe the part of formal education that they like, and then the part that says they lack, like they say, oh, I still struggle with this thing. It's the part of formal education that they don't like. Scheduling, being forced to be regular, being consistent, and having outside pressure on obligation. Like, they're like, oh yeah, that's the secret sauce. You gotta obligate yourself to learning. Like, you have to hold yourself accountable. Oh, and also you have to take exams. Like, you have to get ready and study for the exam. It's the worst part, but that you need that to prove that you're like, are you sure? Are you sure you hate formal education, but you voluntarily engage in formal education in another form? Like, I'm not sure if you missed the experience here, but when I step back, my thought is, if it works, it works. At least in my opinion. Like, I'm not there to stop them. Like, it sounds like they're realizing it. So it's one of those cool situations, in my opinion, when you have a figurative, like a figurative tear in your eye, like they're gonna grow up, they're gonna be all right, they're gonna find that certain things work, certain things suck, but they make it work, and they're gonna be all right. That's kind of like the more rosier side of, next to the other ones who choose not to do anything. Like, they just don't want to do anything at all. Nothing is worth it. To those people who they describe to you, and it's kind of like watching a kid learn, like watching them grow up. I think that's the closest thing I might have to a child, raising a child at this point. Carson, I don't know how Colin feels right now. I mean, he has a 6-month-old, right? I don't know how Jared feels right now, but I can tell you, in the next 10, the next 10 or so years, that's hopefully they get that rosy feeling of your kids just, by golly, a kid is hitting their stride. Anyways, this was a great play. I don't know how late you stay up, Carson, but we can totally still chat about most of these things over a cold one, right? I was gonna say something about warm beer. You couldn't imagine, TBH? That's fair. What are your, like, what is your sentiments about kids, like being around kids? Yay, nay, 1 out of 1 to 10? 10 being something good, 1 being I can live without it, that kind of thing. Like, what I mean is being around kids. Obviously, I imagine you have already made that decision between you and Susan, but what about like other kids? You mean you haven't been ordered not to be? Okay. Oh, I see. You don't mind them? I see. I like kids. There's a lower limit for kids because I don't know how to handle myself with kids that I can't communicate with, right? So that there is a lower limit to this. But I do earnestly, regardless of how old people are, like, say a 40-year-old rediscovering their passion, that's practically like seeing the person de-age several years. Or a jaded person that's struggling through their 30s and then they found their calling. That's like watching a person literally rediscover their adolescence. That's so profound. People glow, man. They can glow like kids all the time. So maybe figuratively as well. I like when I see older people rediscover their childhood, for example. So parents like to think because one doesn't want them, they hate them. Not the case. Yeah, fair enough. Yep.
白い車があるよ。
Maybe we'll have a different discussion about this in the future. Who knows? Oh my... Google, stop. Why is Gemini just randomly telling me that... Dude. Sometimes Gemini just be starting and say, hey, I'm here whenever you're ready for that discussion. I'm like, I didn't call on you. Oh, you can't have them. Okay. That's fair enough. Fair enough. Done. The universe said so. Fair enough. I don't know yet. And my jury's out on universe right now for me.
白い
Like what I mean is like there's it's still very unclear biologically as well. So I don't jury's out on that one as well. Outside of your causal, cosmetic, predeterminate, deterministic, and all that stuff, but even biologically, right? It requires two people. Interesting though. Possibilities.
車
Some might even say your best beer. Yeah, I say universal, but it's biological, really. Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards that too. It's a dice roll. Yeah. Agreed.
あるがよ白い車があるよ
You can increase your odds and mitigate the risk. Still a dice roll. Still a dice roll. Provided, yeah, anyone's situation, still a dice roll. All right. I think I'm gonna probably stop on this chapter today. This was fun. We can have this type of conversation all the time, and then I can like suck you away from your business. Just the stories. I tell you, the stories that I would like to hear. Are you in the bar? Like, do you have bar stories? Like, say we meet up, like, do you have bar stories? I like hearing passerby. Like, some part of me want to be a bartender. Hey man, if I'm on here, you're happy to jump in. Okay, yeah, understandable. Dude, bar stories. I do remember, like, oftentimes I spent most of my high school days listening to your stories. Like, you and the gang stories, and that's kind of how I'm more used to hearing. Like, I love sitting there and just listening to people talk about their lives. Like, for example, if you don't think your life is remarkable, right? It's sure as heck different from mine. So tell me about a story. If you're gonna tell your story, you might as well make it sound great for me. Yeah, I was there for a few good ones. Yeah, a few. And I was also involved. I share some of those things on my end. Some of the aftermath and things that when you guys were not around, but it related to you guys. But I think that part also breathes great life. Like, having a significant other is a bonus because you also get to share those, and you can have experiences, shared like on and off as well, and all the experiences you make together, right? And that's kind of it's a win-win. I don't want to be a biased person, but if you get good at telling your own stories, you might actually be also very interested in your own life, while at the same time having people who are interested in your life while you are interested in theirs, and then back and forth makes for a very healthy, reassuring life. Obviously, we're talking about friends, family. You can kind of get that on the internet every once in a while, but you're likely going to rely on the idea that it creates an astounding adventure. People make our life interesting for you. Yes, people make your life interesting for you. Me too. I think it might be a little premature, but I'm almost 40, and I think I spent maybe a good solid 30 years about myself. I think that's good enough. Nowadays, I look forward to how people make my life interesting, especially people who I pre-select for people who don't think they're interesting. Because if you don't think your life is interesting, I probably would differ from you. Like, what I mean is, you probably did so many things that would interest me, so if someone's interested in you, at least that is a great start to have an interesting life, or be of interest to other people, and other people's interests can make your life interesting. For better or for worse, or unpredictability and whatnot. It's all of the above, right? It's a package deal. You cannot choose to commit to making your life interesting by welcoming people in the like wild factor. But having a stable life is great. Having a stable life, it's great to welcome other people into your life, make it interesting. One of your favorite nights was when you and I went location hopping. We need to do like, oh yeah. I wonder how the place is now. I thought I really enjoyed it because you were showing me I don't know if I expressed this the last time we were hopping. You were showing me a Harrisburg that I haven't seen in so long. That was the first time in so long what my like half my childhood was, like half my childhood place. So by coincidence, the places that we were going, I had no idea that's what they look like now. So it was like really both nostalgic and reassuring. So, and even now, like I spent most of my time in the local area. I still don't get out that much to know what the heck is going on around, right? I don't know how often you have opportunities to. I'm sure since you're running a business and whatnot, and commuting and working, you have a far more wider non-digital connection with the places around. Yeah, we definitely do. I think it's a need. It's a very strong need. Need is a good word here. Dude, everywhere. All I can tell you these days is like those egg prices, right? Kidding. Egg price joke. My parents talk about price all the time. They're, it's prices. Those egg prices.
白
Come on. Finish this up.
熊
Price is what it is. Indeed it is. Indeed. Wait, this is a cafe? Oh,
カ
maybe
フ
this is a
ェ
name.
白熊カフェ
Gotta roll with it? Yeah, you gotta roll with it. Lots of green rolls with it. Oh, hey, that was the end too. Alright. Yeah, this is where we stop for the day. A really wonderful conversation. Always appreciate it. Yeah, I won't hold you up as well. Gotta rest. Do it all again. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. What can I say to end like this casual conversation? I think the sparkling chemistry, like one of the highlights of having friends, right? Very good friends, is that whenever you have the moments to speak, those moments are often as it feels as though time compressed, if you know what I mean. So like, while at the same time you have a lot of things to talk about, it almost seems like we didn't miss a beat. Like I say this to my best friends, like all the friends that I have. Sometimes even in the moments where we occasionally meet, it feels like our distance did not grow with time. it is as close as it was, even when it can be 3 years, it can be 4 years. It almost feels like it was yesterday. We're still having our conversations and whatnot, regardless of how much time, literal time, separated. Time feels like it was just like yesterday. So I still feel like we're having a conversation in, I don't know, in the bowling alley or something. Right? And even then, you're just typing and I'm speaking. So it still kind of feels like, oh yeah, bowling alley. The bowling alley conversations. So yeah, we'll wrap it up. That's like what friendship's about, I think. That's one of the magics of friendship. Diarrhea immediately. Or clacky clicky clacky immediately. Alright. Thanks again. I'm gonna wrap it up here. So we didn't do 4 chapters, but we have plenty of time. So this game I have what? A whole week. And I don't think it's gonna take a week before May rolls around. So we're chilling, we're vibing, learning some Japanese, catching up with old friends. And I wouldn't have it any other way. You couldn't have said it better. Yeah. So I'll be back tomorrow, of course. We'll do our Wanikani lessons, Hanzuhiro lessons, Duolingo Spanish, and then we'll get back into this game and reminisce some more, I suppose. Yeah, take care. Sleep well. Sleep well, Carson. And I will have to maybe surprise show up one of these days. Are you present before you go, are you present in the place? Like in business? So if I just randomly show up, always. Oh, alright. Duly noted. Got it. I might have to bring someone with me. Oh, wait. Interesting. Okay. Keep it in mind. Alright, folks. There you have it. That's the end of our day 2 session. Nothing like bring everyone. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Bit of a banter. Learn some language. Speak other people's language. Emotions. Passionate. There's a lot of connections to learning how to speak, talk a different language, if you will. English has different languages, you know. You can speak brewery, you can speak, there's quite a lot of specialized language within the language. So always nice to have a chat, bring it all together. So until next time, right? If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. Catch everyone later. Minasan, mata ne. Take care. Bye bye.